the Q&A feature, not the chat box. Number 7, if you wish to ask a question verbally, please use the raise hand feature during the Q&A session. Number 8, participants who have not completed the Google Form registration are asked to do so before the webinar begins. Number 9, at the end of the webinar, participants must fill out the attendance and evaluations forms and submit a screenshot as a proof. Number 10, the link to the attendance and evaluation forms will be shared during the webinar and will only be active for 120 minutes or 2 hours. Number 11, certificates will only be given to participants who attend the webinar in its entirety. Number 12, quiz and door prize winners will be announced at the end of the event. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. Welcome to International Seminar on Community and Industrial Resilience in Natural Disaster Mitigation, Challenges, Opportunities, and Solutions from a Public Health Perspective. Please give big round of applause. Good morning and our very warm welcome to the Honorable Director of Universitas Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Heri Hermansyah, ST, M.Eng, IPU. Welcome to Dean of Faculty of Public Health Universitas Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Mondastri Korip Sudaryo, MS, DSC, and to distinguished speakers and presenters, invited guests, and participants. Thank you very much for gathering virtually here, and welcome to the International Seminar on Community and Industrial Resilience in Natural Disaster Mitigation, with the theme of Challenges, Opportunities, and Solutions from Public Health Perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, this seminar wouldn't be possible without the help and support from PT Pertamina Persero, PT Mendo Elang Indah, PT Intergastra Nusantara, PT Jimulya, PT Depriwangga Engineering, PT Telekomunikasi Indonesia Internasional, PT United Tractors Tbk, PT Astra Tol Nusantara, PT Avatara Lintas Media, PT Solusi K3 Indonesia, PT Gama Buana Persada, dan PT Mitra Nela Lestari. Please give big round of applause to our sponsors. So it's an honor for me. My name is Miranti Laksmono. I'm going to be the master of ceremony for today's agenda. So ladies and gentlemen, honorable distinguished speakers and participants, the agenda for the international seminar is as follows. First will be the welcoming speech by the Dean of Faculty of Public Health of the Universitas Indonesia, opening speech by Director of Universitas Indonesia, continue with a keynote speech from the Chairman of the National Disaster Management of Indonesia or Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana BNPB, represented by Deputy Minister of System and Strategy, Bapak Dr. Raditya Jati SSI MSI. Then after that, we will have the first plenary session and the second plenary session. And of course, at the last, we will have games and door prizes. Ladies and gentlemen, the honorable guests and speakers, we would like to commence this program by singing the national anthem of Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and followed by Mars of FKM UI. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly sit properly.
kejujuran dalam pengabdian, pusaka tridharma amanatkan, membina putra putri bangsa. Sambungan derap langkah gembira, menimbang ilmu yang berguna bagi kesehatan masyarakat. Karya FKM untuk Indonesia. Jiwa juang hadapi tantangan, gentar hadapi rintangan. Ilmu teknologi kesehatan untuk rakyat makmur sejahtera. Masyarakat menanti kita bersama membangun hidup sehat untuk masa depan yang gemilang. FKM tetap jaya untuk masa depan yang cemerlang. FKM jaya.
Thank you, the honorable ladies and gentlemen. Now, to honor the victims of the disaster, we will take a moment of silence. The moment of silence begin. Honorable distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcoming speech, and I would like to invite the Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Heri Hermansyah, ST, M.Ang, IPU, to Professor Dr. Insinyur Heri Hermansyah, ST, M.Ang, IPU. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the international seminar organized by the Doctoral Program of Public Health Science, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia, with the theme Community and Industrial Resilience in Natural Disaster Mitigation, Challenge, Opportunities, and Solution from a Public Health Perspective. This seminar addressed a highly relevant and crucial topic for us as academic or practitioners in healthcare and the industrial sectors in facing disaster in Indonesia. Honorable attendee, as a country located along the Pacific Ring of Fire, disasters are inseparable part of Indonesia. Living in a disaster-prone nation means we must manage all potential risks and be prepared to face them. Natural disasters and climate change affecting global environment and ecosystem has further heightened our vulnerability to disasters. Thus, disaster preparedness should be a priority and shared responsibility, requiring cross-disciplinary and cross-sector collaboration from government, academic, practitioner, industry, and the community. I would like to give my deepest appreciation and gratitude to each speaker for dedicating their time and effort to share their knowledge and experiences. I also appreciate the organizing committee. I warmly welcome all participants who are joining virtually. I hope this international seminar will deepen our understanding, inspiring us, and serve as an opportunity for us to collaborate in strengthening our resilience and preparedness to face disaster challenge in Indonesia. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Success for this seminar.
Thank you very much to the Rector of Universitas Indonesia for the warm welcoming speech. And continuing to the next agenda of the opening speech, I would like to invite the Dean of Faculty of Public Health Universitas Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Mondastri Korip Sudaryo, MSDSC. To Professor Dr. Mondastri Korip Sudaryo, MSDSC, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Heri Hermansyah, ST, M.Eng, IPU, the Honorable Speakers and Panelists, Head of National Disaster Management Agency, Lieutenant General Dr. Suharyanto SOS MM or his representative, Head of Health Crisis Center, Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Sumarjaya, SKM, MM, MFP, CFA, or its representative, Mr. Arif Bagus Arjuna, ST, MT from PT Dover Chemical Merak Plant, Professor Dr. Anda Fatma Lestari, MSc, PhD, from the Disaster Risk Reduction Center, Universitas Indonesia, Professor Anna Maria Cruz from Kyoto University, Japan, Dr. Yasuhito Jibiki from Tohoku University, Japan, Dr. Fedi Wirahmadi, SKM, MSc, PhD from Griffith University, Australia. Honorable colleagues, practitioner, invited guests and seminar participation. Let us first express our gratitude to God Almighty for blessing and grace, allowing us to gather here today at this international seminar on the theme Community and Industrial Resilience in Natural Disaster Mitigation, Challenges, Opportunities, and Solutions from Public Health Perspective. This theme is very important and relevant considering the various challenges faced by various countries related to natural disaster. Geographical challenges and climate change make communities and industrial sector vulnerable to the impact of a disaster. In this context, a public health perspective has a strategic role in ensuring that disaster mitigation is not only responsive to the impact of physical losses, but also pays attention to the mental, social, and economic health of affected communities. I hope this seminar can be an excellent opportunity for discussing, sharing experiences and lessons learned, and fostering collaboration among stakeholders who have a commitment to address disaster mitigation issues. My highest appreciation goes to the students of doctoral program of public health for their hard work in organizing this seminar. I also extend my gratitude to all speakers for taking the time to share their valuable insights and knowledge. Distinguished guests, I officially declare the opening of International Seminar Community and Industrial Resilience in Natural Disaster Mitigation, Challenges, Opportunities, and Solutions from Public Health Perspective. I wish you an inspiring seminar, and I hope today's discussion will contribute significantly to strengthening awareness, preparedness, and action in disaster mitigation for the future. I think that's all. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Dr. Insinyur Asih Setiarini MSc as Vice Dean 1 from Public Health University of Indonesia. Terima kasih banyak Ibu for the very warm welcoming speech. And to the next agenda, we would like to give the next agenda to honorable distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. So that was the opening of the International Seminar on Community and Industrial Resilience in Natural Disaster Mitigation, Challenges, Opportunities, and Solutions from a Public Health Perspective. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing to the next agenda to hear the keynote speech with the theme of Indonesian Strategic Goals on Disaster Risk Reduction 2025 until 2029 and its challenges by the chairman of the Indonesian National Disaster Management Agency, represented by Dr. Raditya Jati, SSI, MSI.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Salam bahagia. A very good morning, Honorable, yes, sorry, Honorable Rector for the UI University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Heri Hermansyah, Honorable Professor Dr. Mondastri, the Dean of the Faculty Public Health, the University of Indonesia, and also Professor Aseh, who has been representing from the Faculty of Public Health. Um, First of all, I would like to apologize that the head of BNPB cannot present today, so I'm representing from the National Disaster Management Authority of Indonesia that will be giving a keynote speech. And may I share my material today in this occasion. And also thank you for inviting the National Disaster Management Authority as one of the part of this international event seminar on public health, even though we're talking here about the resilience of the disaster itself. So I think this is an important point that we can highlight what is actually coming upon us, future crisis of Indonesia, and also challenges that we'll be facing in the next future. So according to the invitation, so we'll be talking about the Indonesian goals on disaster risk reduction to 2025 to 2029, which is the right time of now. We'll be establishing the National Disaster Management Plan that will be established at the end of the year as a part of the mainstreaming the disaster risk reduction into the national plan and also the local disaster management plan. Let me start by the overview of the situation in the Asia Pacific and also Indonesia, which is also one of the point that is important that future crisis related on climate change is also impacted to disasters, which is also we've been having this, including the crisis on health is also important. And if you see that managing crisis is also very complex thing, since we have also more than 280 million people living in the country, and as our archipelagic state mentioned here, that we're located at a ring of fire. Of course, the archipelagic state is also established, or is because of the development of the geological and geomorphological situation, means that there's more than 17,000 islands in the country. Is a wide range of area with the most disastrous impact that can be also impacted to the people, including there's a volcanic eruption and also seismic, earthquake, a tsunami, a landslide, hydrometeorological impact, including flood. And of course, this is also important now. We're facing more hydrometeorological impact. Just last night, we arrived from Sukabumi, which is also impacted by hydrometeorological impact. There's a landslide, flood, and also movement of the earth that makes also some of the infrastructure have been collapsed. So last year, we have more than 5,400 frequency of disaster happening in the country, and also 98% more is about hydrometeorological impact. And this year, we are facing more than 1,800. It seems that it's decreasing, but if you have seen the data here, we are also having some people have been casualties. People, you can see here in January until 2nd of December, we have more than 400 people have been dead and missing. And we can see in 2023, even more than 5,000 frequency disaster happen in the country. But the people who have been passed away and also casualties more than 200. It seems that the frequency of disaster is decreasing, but the people who is impacted is also increasing. Why we can see this data is because we can see the most disastrous that have been people have been injury, and also impact is also because of that have no early warning system. That we see that today there's not yet any technology on earthquake, and also the impact that can also uh, uh, been casualty because of the infrastructure that have been not resilient enough to cope with the disaster itself. So if you can see the data here, the increasing of the challenges that we are facing now, but for the population, and also the lack of the awareness is also important. So we also like to ask the community of the academician, also the university can also support the literation of disaster itself. Education is very important for the next future of generation on how we can really see the intensity of disaster is happening in the country. And if you remember that 20 years ago, there's a big impact of the early warning, the impact of the Indian Ocean tsunami as a wake-up call in 2004. This is one of the devastating impact that have been uh, impacted to the people in Aceh at that time. More than 127,000 people are missing in death, and we can see that there's a important time that we see there's about from the earthquake to the tsunami takes around 30 minutes. But to rebuild that Aceh takes 4 years. Takes more than $7.1 billion that we see that the impact of Aceh has been a wake-up call for us. You can see that the impact of Aceh is at that time have been mandated for the establishment of Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Authority, or BRR. And it was that time that the advisory board, executive agency, and supervisory board have been managing after the post-Indian Ocean tsunami in Aceh. And afterwards, what have been done after 2004 as a wake-up call? We will discuss how to manage the disaster comprehensively after 2004. It should be there's a law 24/2007, which also mandated as a development body. BNPB in 2008 was established. And we can see more now, and this is 34 province, but now we have more than that. And I think this is also important that we have to have a result on how the infrastructure and also the institutional structure have been also rebuilt after the Aceh that time. The master plan, of course, is a comprehensive master plan for 25 years since the President Decree 87 2020 have been declared as one of the long-term national disaster management plan. So the history of BNPB also after 2004 Aceh, there's also 2006 Yogyakarta earthquake. So BNPB has been established under the law 24/2007, and 2008 has been established as the National Authority on Disaster Management. Of course, this is not really new organization because we can see the history of BNPB have been done many years, including related on disaster and also on Central Agency of Natural Disaster Management Agency have been also established. So now the organization, the new organization of PNPB under the President Decree number 1 2019 has been also established. And there's 5 technical deputy here that responsible directly under the head of BNPB, or the minister is responsible directly to the president. We are providing guidance, direction, determine standardization, conveying information, disaster prevention, and reporting implementation on self, accountability on the budget, and also developing guidelines. Of course, our function is also related to coordinating, commanding, and also executing when the disaster is happening in the country. And of course, as mentioned before, we're not only managing the disaster during the disaster that happened in the country, but also the cycle of disaster, including preparedness, mitigation, and also recovery is also our responsibility to coordinate among others, land ministries, and also from the government and also other related stakeholders, including community, media, academia, and private sectors. Of course, this is also a very important task that we can see how the function of BNPB before the disaster on coordination, prevention, mitigation, preparedness. During disaster, we have to be in the front of the line, to be in command, and also to support the local government, including the local governor or mayor or any other incident command system that have been established in the local level, subnational level, including the military and also the police is also one of the part of doing the command. And of course, after the post-disaster that happened, we have to have a coordination and recovery plan, including how we can really relate it to other line ministry, public works, social affair, also on military, TNI military, and also the police, and also the other stakeholders related on how we can really see that the livelihood of the people is really going on. So as a driving force of disaster, also climate change have been mentioning how the important issues on that related might also touch on the people on poverty line, and how we can really see the environment degradation is one of the part of the challenges that we're facing now, and putting in the center that ecological system is very important, recognizing the complex system of natural risks as a systemic risk is very complexity, and systemic means that collateral and cascading impact of disaster might also cause afterwards when we're not really in a very, very good plan, must touch all the concept of risk and also minimizing the risk itself based on the natural solution. In part of the disaster management cycle, also early warning to early action is very important, because the early warning is also put everything in place where we protect the livelihood of the people, and to understand how we can really save more life, and put the real action on how we can really coordinate itself, putting people and practices, preparedness, and also simulation. Everything is important in a long-term thing. So what is actually the next planning on disaster risk reduction? The paradigm shift is actually before we're doing the disaster management on reactive on disaster management, but now we're putting on how we can really manage the risk itself. During that time, we have the Sunday framework for disaster risk reduction in 2015, and during the closing ceremony at that time, the SRRG, Margaretha was from mentioning that this is the first time that the pandemic included the framework for disaster risk reduction. It means public health is very also important. So what is actually the vision to build a resilient nation in 2045? This is our goal, national resilience. In the golden years of Indonesia, 100 years of independence, means that we have to have Indonesia resilience towards sustainable resilience. And it means that the National Disaster Management Plan has been mentioned that 25 years has put all relevance of line ministries, including how Indonesia have to work together with the armed forces, military, and national police, and also the regional government, subnational level, including from provincial, district, and also villages, is also important. How we can really see that resilience should be also managed a sustainably way, and professional, inclusive, and to put everything in place post-disaster and recovery to build back better. So this is the vision in 2022 to 2044, means that 2045 we have the resilience nation of Indonesia on disaster management. And this 25 years have been divided into 5 years, and this is the time when 2025 to 2029, with this 5 years plan, should be put in place, and will be also one of the challenges how we can really put the disaster management plan 5 years into the reference of the national level and to local level and embed it in mainstreaming into the national plan or the RPGMN or 2025 to 2029. And this is the time that we also endorse and urgently push the new government on the subnational level 2025 to 2029. We have the election day on the 27th of November, and we'll see that the next future head of province and also district level should also have the strategic issues on disaster management. That's why this have to be put into the local plan where increasing potential impact of risks, including geological disaster. There's a population growth there. There's also how we can really monitor, evaluate the accountability of disaster management, the need of government transformation on disaster management and multi-stakeholders collaboration. It's also with the university. Increasing potential impact on risk, disaster, and climate change is very important, and also the potential currents of social conflict, subnational, suboptimal management and unified data is also important information technology because we need data, information, analysis, and strategy to put into our policy for national and local level, and also to strengthen the leadership. This is a very important case in here in Indonesia. And you can see how we can really enhance the national resilience and achieve the sustainable resilience to adopt all the targets that have been put into the long-term plan, or we call it RPGMP. Objective have been put into place that reducing number of people affected, minimizing the damage and loss, and also enhancing resilience to affected area and enhancing the disaster management capacity is very important. So in this case, how we can really put the objective and for this fourth thing that is very strategic, all is related to the 7A framework for disaster risk reduction that have been committed by all 108 countries in the United Nations countries that time. So we will try to measure how we can really reduce the people impacted, including casualty, people have been the victim, the cost of social economic reduction, and also the impact of critical infrastructure have been put into place. So this master plan of 25 years will be put into the national plan in every 5 years until 2044, and it should be also one of the important benchmark for the local plan, including contingency plan, disaster emergency operation plan, and also rehabilitation and reconstruction action plan after the disaster happening. So what is actually on public health? We tried to put this as one of the cases during the COVID-19 that have been 2 or 3 years past. The National Disaster Management or BNPB have been responsible according to the president decree that this is a national disaster. So we have to work together in pentahelic collaboration, including government, media, private sector, academician, and also community. It's also people from our community, from the academy is very strongly commitment on how we can really put at that time challenging the pandemic or the health issues on impacted people can be solved immediately. So we also acknowledge and thank you also professor, academician, also researcher from University of Indonesia, which is also very committed into our organization at that time with BNPB. Together we have a task force for COVID-19 headed by the chief of BNPB at that time. And it's not about how we can really handle this, but it's about how the process and the journey that we have, the people are also committed, and also how we can really manage the disaster itself. At that time, the pandemic have been categorized as a disaster, national disaster, And we have to, with this decentralization, we have to have the precise policy how we can really see the balance on economic and also on this on the impact of the pandemic itself. So at the national task force, we also have the provincial task force, district reform sub-district into the village. I think this is the time we have to learn with this mechanism how the stratified of the responsibility from national to very low local level, including the village, is very important on how we can really prevent and also support and counseling and also to treat of the community and also the people is in our hand, including vaccination and also testing, tracing, and treatment. So the adoption of the new behavior on COVID-19 have been impactful that we can really see the success story of the COVID-19 at that time, how we can really see the timing, priority, coordination, and monitoring evaluation have been done productively for the community, and we can see how many villages, and also we can see all the data that is updated every day to see how we can really see that the command post of every village is responsible for their people, and we have to see how we can learn that all the village is reporting to the national level, how the protocol of health, including using masks, and of course, distance awareness is very important because we have what the data have been also adopted to the national level. We can see the Bersatu Lawan COVID, one of the data that is analyzed with the mobile apps for the community as a function. So the strategy that we have here is also the approach how we can really see the target to be healthy and safe from COVID-19 at that time, where the central government, regional government, community, and household is very helpful in improving the health community itself. So with this lesson learned, I believe that in the next future we can see the challenges and opportunities to have the collaboration, including the academician and also the public health here. Now we are having the seminar. I think it's important to learn how we can really manage the disaster itself. In the future, we will have the pooling fund as one of the filling the gap of managing disaster on funding resources. The President decree have been established, and also the Minister of Finance have been also endorsing this pooling fund as a strategic goals to mandate the funding. So in the future, we will have another resource of funding is not only done by the APBN or the national budget, but we can also use this pooling fund budget to prevent during disaster and also post-disaster. Of course, we also been trusted as the international standardization organization, so we will be also holding this ISO. We have also SNI or Indonesian National Standards that have been guided with the Agency of Standardization, National Standardization. We are now proposing also for ISO. So we believe that Indonesia can be a center of excellence. So we also endorse the academician, maybe University of Indonesia can be also part of the center of excellence on disaster. Because countries will learn from Indonesia. We are having this disaster experience that we can also share to the world that with this standardization is very important. Now we have more than 24 standardization that have been in national adopted, including in any other hazard that have been one of the lessons that we have, including volcanic early warning system, including security and resilience, business continuity plan. Even also the people from the industrial can also learn, or we can also learn from the industrial stakeholders that they have to have their business continuity plan or business continuity management. So we'll be happy to also share this standardization for the industrial force here is one of the sponsors of the international seminar. The minimum surface standard is also mandatory that every local government must have the disaster communication information. They have to have a prevention preparedness, including drill, rehearsal, the operational disaster preparedness infrastructure, and also the preparedness equipment is also important. Of course, during the disaster, they have to be effective and efficient to have this in part. We can see we have been developing the tools on how the data information should be put into place. We have the information data from INARIS can be used. And also there's a personal INARIS application that can be also used by all. And you can also see the INARIS personal and also the layer of the INARIS is also API to other line ministry, including education and public health. We have the portal on literation on disaster, where people can learn from more than hundreds years ago how disaster have happened in the country, learning from the history, from documentation that we also try to work with the Leiden University and how to see the reference of disaster, that learning from history is very important. But then how to put this to resilience, learning from history for the future and for tomorrow, accordingly, that we have to have the probability of event that can be consequences of disaster itself. So we're here also mentioning how we can really manage the risk. And from risk to be a resilience is very important. Investing on risk, investing on something to be resilience is very important. It's not only waiting for when the disaster is happening. So this is what has been mentioned by the Secretary General of United Nations. Nothing undermines sustainable development like disaster. Means that disaster can be impacted to any other progress of development itself. We can see from Aceh with only 30 minutes, it can be impacted for the whole area. That if we're here from Jakarta, you can imagine from Tanjung Priok until the monument of Selamat Datang or the welcome statue, you can see the most devastating tsunami, and the long coastline from Jakarta to Surabaya means that 800 kilometers have been impacted. So it seems that only in 30 minutes can be impacted for the whole area, including in Yogyakarta, only 58 seconds. It can kill more than 5,000 people. Even in Cianjur, only 7 seconds, 5.6. Almost 60,000 infrastructure collapse and 20,000 have been collapse or damaged, severely damaged. Means that's why we have to be important to understand resilience. And we're facing under this resilient future that we are also deficit on this case. According to the global assessment report that have been established by or published by the United Nations for Disaster Risk Reduction, there's 10 resilience of deficit. So I can just imagine that now big cities, including increasing of flood risk and urbanization, is also important, because this is one of the primary cause of risk, or including the disaster that happened in the country. So I think climate change also in the coastal infrastructure is also important. Now we can see most of the big infrastructure is located in the coastal areas, so we're facing on that. The access of early warning system is also important, according to Secretary General of the UN, also mentioning in the 3 years we have to achieve the resiliency by putting early warning system accessibility for all. Means that in 2027 everything has to be finished. So at the Global Platform for Disaster Reduction that is also held in Bali at that time in 2022, there's 185 countries have attended in Bali at that time, and politically Indonesia have also declared to the global community on sustainable resilience. What is actually sustainable resilience? Is actually putting everything into place. Resilience, why resilience? Because everybody can jump in, including infrastructure resilience, community resilience, health resilience, financial resilience, anything you can put in resilience. So we have to work together how the global agreement post 2015 put into the national and local plan, including how to implement that into place until the village level, including on investment on science technology and including how the financial issues will be done. Of course, preparedness culture is also important. So we can see this three big agenda in 2015 must be put into together, including on health, how we can be health resilience can be one of the target that we would like to achieve because all of this target is related also into the SDGs. And you can see health is one part of the target in SDGs that we have to be full. So accordingly, Paris Agreement, Sunday Framework, and also SDGs is also important to be achieved, where we can see the ASEAN Leader Declaration have also agreeable with this 10 head of states, including one observer from Timor-Leste. They have agreed to promote sustainable resilience as enabling framework in the country. Means they agree among all of this and also have been discussed during the midterm report at that time in New York. Also, the President General Assembly Sabah
Apologize,
Korosi
Dr.
mentioning
Raditya
about sustainable
Jati. You
resilience.
have 5 minutes left.
Okay. And also we will be also discussing how the Global Forum on Sustainable Resilience have been done. And also in the G20 in Brazil, we've been discussing that as an outcome document and the ministerial declaration mentioning sustainable resilience. So I think this is important to have anything related to sustainable resilience. We would like to endorse the community activity mission also talking about sustainable resilience. So we're not working in more in silo. We have to bridge all the gaps. We have to see that what is the gap from theoretical to implementation, the concept to implementation, and we have to see that resilience, sustainable resilience, collaborative efforts. We have to work together. How strengthen the climate adaptation and also the disaster resilience into sustainable development means that strengthening the climate disaster resilience is for sustainable development, where people-centered approach is important, including if we're talking about public health, people-centered approach is important because people at vulnerable situation, they're the one who's facing the disaster. They're the one who's facing the risk. So it's important how the governance, investment, infrastructure, and science technology support to the five key elements to serve the people, putting the people at the center of resilience. So I think if we can conclude this presentation, I would like to also ask how we can really put towards sustainable resilient future for us in the future and how we can really be in part and to participate to achieve the sustainable resilience goal. So I think this is all my presentation. Again, thank you very much appreciation. And hopefully with this presentation, it will be used and useful for all the participants, also in the use of the academician as a literation on disaster management in the future. And we will see that hopefully in the future, we will be very resilient on disaster management. Again, thank you very much and a very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam bahagia buat kita semua. Salam sehat. Terima kasih.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the very informative and insightful speech, Dr. Raditya Jati. And as we know, Dr. Raditya Jati, SSE MSE, is the Deputy Minister of System and Strategy, the National Disaster Management of Indonesia. So Mr. Raditya Jati, as a token of appreciation for the valuable contribution, we will present a certificate and it will be given virtually. Honorable, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin our first plenary session. I would like to invite Ms. Atidira Dwi Hanani as our moderator for this panel session. Ms. Atidira Dwi Hanani is a doctoral student of Public Health Universitas Indonesia. So without further ado, please give big round of applause to Ms. Atidira. So Ms. Atidira, the time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first panel session of the International Seminar, Community and Industrial Resilience in Natural Disaster Mitigation, Challenges, Opportunities, and Solutions from Public Health Perspective. Over the past few years, the world has faced numerous natural disasters, including in Indonesia. These disasters have significantly impacted both communities and industries. In this session, we will explore the strategies and improvement in managing crises and building resilience to mitigate the impacts of natural disasters, especially from public health and industrial perspective. We are honored to have three distinguished speakers with us today who will share their valuable insights and experience. Each speaker will deliver their presentation within 20 minutes, and following the presentations, we will have a Q&A session and discussion. Participants are welcome to submit their question in the Q&A on Zoom or on the chat box on YouTube. Now, let me introduce our first speaker. Dr. Sumarjaya, SKM MM, MFP CFA. He is the director of the Center for Health Crisis at the Ministry of Health Republic of Indonesia. He has held several key positions within the Ministry of Health, including Head of General Bureau Affairs, Acting Director of the Center for System and Health Strategy, and Acting Director for the Center of Analysis and Health Determinants. Dr. Sumarjaya holds a bachelor degree in public health, as well as master and doctoral degrees in financial management. He is also a certified financial accountant from the American Academy of Financial Management and has completed the prestigious Future Leader Program at the National University of Singapore. Dr. Sumarjaya has been recognized with numerous awards, including the Inspiring Leader 2022 Awards, presented by the Minister of Health, the Satya Lancana Karya Satya Award from the President of Indonesia, and many other notable achievements. Dr. Sumarjaya will deliver a presentation on the theme Indonesian Health Crisis Management System to respond to natural disaster, challenges and improvement in public health aspects. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Sumarjaya. Good morning, Dr. Sumarjaya.
Thank you, moderator.
Thank you. Please feel free to begin your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to give me on this seminar by Dean of Faculty of Public Health of University Indonesia. On this occasion, I would like to present regarding national. Can you yes. On this occasion, I would like to present regarding national policy on health crisis management on disaster. Next slide. This slide topic of discussion consists of introduction, organization, health crisis management, plan and program to strengthen emergency response resilience. Next slide. First of all, I would like to give an overview about disaster situation and risk analysis in Indonesia. Based on the 2023 Indonesia Disaster Risk Index by Indonesia National Disaster Management Agency, BNPB, it can be seen here that there is not any single province in Indonesia that has a low risk of experiencing a disaster. It means that also all regions of Indonesia vulnerable of disaster. This shows that Indonesia must strengthen its capacity in disaster management. Next slide. And also, yes, and also based on the experience of dealing with COVID-19 in Indonesia, we need to have the pentahelic collaboration among the government, community, private sector, academia, and the mass media to strengthen the health system in Indonesia. Next slide. Based on lesson learned COVID-19 and disaster risk analysis, previous my this slide, the Ministry of Health currently implementing health system transformation, which consists of 6 pillars, namely transformation of primary healthcare services, transformation of medical referral services, transformation of health resiliency system, transformation of financing system, transformation of health human resources, and transformation health technology. The third pillar, that is transformation of health resiliency system, is emergency response. Next slide. Before we learn further about the health crisis, I would like ensure the same perspective regarding definition of disaster. According to law, or series of events that threaten and disrupt people, life and livelihood caused by natural and or non-natural causalties, environmental disruption, property loss, and physiological impact. Next slide. The definition, what is the definition of health crisis? The definition of health crisis is an event caused by natural, non-natural, and social in which there are increased number of victims, impact of public health problem, limited local area capacity, and disruption access to health services, and there is need for quick response beyond the norm in order to saving life, preventing disability, ensuring and the continuity of essential health services. Next slide. On this slide, I would like to convey the concept of the relation between extraordinary event, outbreak, and health crisis. Extraordinary event is an event which there are significant increased number of disease and health issues in specific period of time caused by communicable and non-communicable. Meanwhile, outbreak is an event which there are spread of significant number of communicable disease. If it even continuously, it will lead to health crisis. Extraordinary event can direct become health crisis if it caused by other health issues, but if it is caused by communicable disease, it will turn into outbreak before it's become health crisis. This is the slide concept of the relation between extraordinary event, outbreak, and crisis. Next slide. The next topic is about the organization during health crisis management. Next slide. The organization of health crisis is carried out with a cluster system. There are 6 clusters based on regulation by BNPB number 308 year 2024, in which one of them is health cluster. Organization health cluster using a health cluster system is to improve coordination, collaboration, and integration in health crisis management to meet the need of health services delivery in one command through the health cluster coordination. The cluster health cluster consists of health cluster by region, health cluster coordination, and subcluster entity. Next slide. On this slide, regarding the level of health cluster coordination. In the National Health Crisis Center, in the provincial health cluster coordination by head of provincial health office and district or city health cluster coordinator by head of district or city health office. Next slide. Next slide. This slide is the information regarding the subcluster and team during the health crisis on disaster. Next slide. Yes, the next topic is about the health crisis management. Next slide. On this slide, the health crisis management consists of pre-health crisis, during health crisis, and post-health crisis. On during pre-health crisis, we need to prepare risk assessment, developing contingency plan development, reducing hazard threat, reducing vulnerability, increasing capacity of health resources, improving coordination of health and non-health cluster. With the aim to reduce the risk of health crisis. Meanwhile, during health crisis, we need to do rapid health assessment and enhancing SPGDT, developing operation plan, mobilizing health resources, monitoring and evaluation, risk and crisis communication, with the aim to give quick and appropriate response. And for the post-health crisis, we need to conduct health post-crisis need assessment, preparation and implementation of health rehabilitation and reconstruction plan, monitoring and supervising the implementation of rehabilitation and reconstruction in the health sector, and learning and evaluation in order to building better, safer, and sustainable for life survival. Next slide. And next slide. Yes, the Ministry of Health through Center for Health Crisis has program to strengthen emergency response resilience. Next slide. Yes, the next slide, I would like to present regarding top 10 a strategic program on health crisis management through the Ministry of Health of Republic Indonesia. Next slide, the first. The first is strengthening the integrated emergency management system at the provincial and district level, in which we have to integrate all level of region through the national command center. With the health cluster, there will be no difference between daily SPGDT and disaster SPGDT, so that there will be only one command. The implementation of SPGDT in Indonesia, such as Public Safety Center 119, PSG 119, is pre-hospital management in order to give the first aid to reduce the risk of morbidity and mortality. Next slide. Yes, this next slide regarding organization system SPGDT through National Command Center, Province Command Center, and Public Safety Center. Next slide. The second priority program, Center for Health Crisis, regarding healthcare reserve workforce or tenaga cadangan kesehatan. The TCK or healthcare reserve workforce is health human resources who are prepared in the pre-health crisis period to be mobilized in emergency health crisis situation in order to strengthen health capacity in affected area with the purpose as in this slide. Healthcare reserve workforce is priority program of health regarding a health resiliency system that is in align with a WHO program, that is emergency medical team. TCK are categorized by individual, team, and emergency medical team. Next slide. Currently, next slide, yes. Currently, there are 20,291 individuals are registered as TCK. TCK is based on individual and team and emergency medical team. And currently, there are 277 team and 611 emergency medical team. Next slide. Yes. This slide, I would like to explain about the mobilization of health personnel based on disaster type for healthcare reserve workforce or TCK, based on specific disaster. Next slide. This slide shows the contribution of healthcare reserve workforce in disaster management. Next slide. The third priority program is the 11 regional health crisis center of Indonesia in order to strengthen and give support on the level of district and province and in Indonesia.
Sorry,
Next slide.
Dr. Sumarjaya, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, next slide. The third priority program is the 11. Next slide. Yes. Sorry. Back. Yes. Number 4, strengthening and implementing safe hospital. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, assistant in developing health crisis management, 5 priority program. Next slide. This is a national guideline for health crisis management. Next slide. Basic priority program in order to strengthening the capacity of healthcare research workforce in the health crisis. Next slide. And currently, the seven priority in order to classification certification emergency medical team type 2 from WHO. Next slide. The 8 priority program is developing health crisis management information system, which is we integrated all the data and information from various sector and program in the SIPKK or Health Crisis Management Information System. Next slide. 9 health crisis center are striving the prepare logistic and health supply to support emergency response across the 11 health crisis management region. Next slide. And last priority program in increasing community capacity in crisis management by the community empowerment, which consists of crisis management, able to do emergency assistance, basic life support, understanding victim evacuation, and understanding call center 119. Next slide. Dislike education community with basic life support. Next slide. Otherwise, we also insert the disaster health preparedness in the Merdeka Mengajar platform for elementary and middle school level. Next slide. Next slide. That's all from me. My presentation. Once again, thank you for your attention, and I give it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sumarjaya, for the insightful presentation on improving public health crisis response system in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our second speaker, Mr. Arif Bagus Arjuna, STMT, a professional in the field of safety, health, and environment. He currently serves as the Safety, Health, and Environment Manager at PT Daver Chemical Merak Plant, a position he held since 2014. He has an impressive academic background, which includes a diploma in electrical engineering from the Polytechnic of Diponegoro University, a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from Mercubuana University, and a master's degree in industrial engineering from Mercubuana University. Before his career at PT Daver Chemical Merak Plant, Mr. Arif held key roles at several companies, including PT Unelec Indonesia, PT Clarion Indonesia, and PT Cabot Indonesia. Mr. Arif also a certified expert in various critical areas such as general safety, chemical safety, fire safety, and oil spill response. He is actively involved in emergency response effort as the coordinator of the Cilegon Merak Industrial Emergency Response Team. Today, he will present on industrial mitigation preparedness for natural disaster risks. So, to Mr. Arif Bagus Arjuna, the time is yours.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Thank you for
morning.
the opportunity to share at an international seminar in Universitas Indonesia. I would like to share and discussion about industrial mitigation preparedness for natural disaster risk. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is a safety moment. One of the industrial accident caused by an earthquake in Japan. The accident at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant by March 11, 2011. Next slide. Could an earthquake or tsunami occur in the Cilegon industrial area and it is surrounding? What is the background to the disaster in the industry? The first, the chemical industry uses and store flammable material, toxic material, irritant, explosive, radioactive, corrosive, and oxidous material. Second, this potential from the earthquake and tsunami and Mount Krakatau due to the industrial location close the Sunda Strait. This is critical activities in chemical industry. The chemical industry in the process production use the transfer of the material and hazardous flammable like the reaction process. This is potential from the fire. Next slide. The second activities of the loading and unloading chemical from the ship to storage tank and storage tank to the ISO tanks. This is very, very potential for the fire and explosion. This is the following are hazardous and risks in the chemical industry. The first, hazard of leakage of the chemical will be the risk of the toxic vapor and irritation. The second, hazard of splashing will cause burn, and hazard of spillage will cause environment pollution. Hazard of static electricity will cause the fire, and the hazard of the runaway reaction will cause explosion. The next slide, please. What is the industrial preparedness in disaster? The industry must have emergency preparedness procedure and contingency business plan procedure. The industry must have emergency competent personnel. Industry must have emergency equipment and facilities. And industry must have an emergency response organization structure. This is an emergency level procedure in the industry. This is very, very important for all industry. Usually in procedure of the emergency level 1 is a condition that handled internally by company. For example, small-scale fire or chemical leakage. Second, minor injury, we can do the first aid and no plant shutdown. The level 2 is a condition are handled by internally by the company and assisted by companies around the industrial area. For example, medium scale fire or chemical leakage and moderate injury and plant shutdown. The level 3 is condition are handled internally by the company and assisted by companies around the industrial area and assisted by government. For example, large-scale fire or chemical leakage, fatality or serious injury, and total plant shutdown. The next, the competent emergency personnel. For the fire, we must provide the fire expert. This is related with Minister of Manpower, fire coordinator, and firefighting. This is important for the all industry. For the spill, we provide the chemical safety expert, chemical safety officer, and oil spill responder. For the medical, we provide the doctor, paramedic, and first aiders. For the emergency equipment and facility, for the natural hazard, we all provide the intensity meter real check, sea water level sensor, CCTV, wind shock, and fire alarm and siren also. For the technological hazard, we provide the fire truck, sprinkler system, fire hydrant system, fire extinguisher, fire alarm, oil boom, and etc. Next slide. This important for the emergency response team organization structure. This is a sample of the organization structure in refer to the Ministry of Industry. We coordinator, then incident commander, and we have the team fire, emergency communication, rescue, security, maintenance technology, and etc. Next step. Next. This is a map industry in Cilegon and Serang. In Cilegon and Serang, where this any three area and zone. No, back to this. Zone 1 is an Ciwandan industrial area. Ciwandan is many chemical industry and non-chemical industry also. Then Zone 2 in the Krakatau steel industrial area. And Zone 3 is a Merak industrial area. From the map above, it can be seen that several industries in Cilegon and Serang are located on the seashore close to the Sunda Strait and Mount Krakatau. Next slide. What has been prepared? This first mutual aid agreement between companies. This joint emergency drill between companies, communities, and government. Then intercompany mapping of personnel and equipment. Awareness to employee and communities. Communication procedure between companies and government. procedure for the evacuation route and assembly point, installation of the sea breakwater stone and fence wall, emergency plant shutdown procedure, and temporary shelter on top of the building from the tsunami. Next slide. This is a sample of the photo during joint drill in Merak Industrial Area. Photo in when we do the awareness in community and employee. Like the then communication meeting to prepare for the earthquake and tsunami drill in the Merak Industrial Area will be held on December 12 on 2024. We in Cilegon already do the national tsunami drill in 2007 by Ministry of Research and Technology. This event was attended by President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono and involved by industry, community, government, army, and others. Next. Then in 2018 by BNPB, National Board for Disaster Management, do the hazmat scenario, firefighting scenario, then decontamination, and we do the all industry, community, and government join together. Next. Industry has prepared building and infrastructure that are suitable for the earthquake. Thank you. That's our material.
Thank you to Mr. Arif Arjuna for sharing the importance of industrial preparedness in mitigating risks during natural disasters. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, it is an honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Anda Fatma Lestari, MSc, PhD. She is a professor at the Department of Occupational Health and Safety at the Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia. Now, she is currently serves as the Director of the Disaster Risk and Reduction Center at Universitas Indonesia. Professor Fatma earned her PhD in Safety Science from the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia. She actively holds key leadership positions, including Vice Chair of the Human Resource Division at the Indonesian Association of Disaster Experts, Vice Chair of the National Occupational Safety and Health Council, judges for the Indonesian Tourism Village Award, advisor to the Indonesian Emergency Response Association, and member of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction Working Group on NATEC. She has achieved significant recognition for her expertise and dedication to disaster risk reduction and occupational health and safety, both nationally and internationally. Today, she will present on community and industry resilience in disaster mitigation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Fatma Lestari. Good morning, Professor Fatma.
Good morning. Thank you very much for MC to introduce me and the moderator. Today is very glad to share with you all of you uh, for especially for my beloved or our beloved students and also our beloved teachers today. Thank you so much. Could you please, committee, to share my PowerPoint? Help me. Okay, maybe before the slides is coming up, I would like to share about pantun. Boleh ya?
Of course, Prof.
Suara saya kedengeran? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, clear, Prof.
Oke. Tapi pantunnya bahasa Indonesia ya. Soalnya nggak bisa bahasa Inggrisnya.
It's okay, Prof.
Oke.
Fatma.
Ya. Minum es pakai madu dan tomat.
Cakep.
For all UI students, I love you so much.
Cakep.
Okay. Maybe the committee can help me to share my PowerPoint, please. Okay, thank you so much. Today, my talk is about community and industrial resilience in disaster mitigation, including the challenge, opportunities, and solutions from public health perspective. So hopefully this material will benefit you all of you. And some of them are actually our community services as well as our research. All right, next slide. The agenda today is a little bit background about Indonesia's situation, a very unique situation. And then I will talk about community resilience in disaster mitigation, as well as industrial resilience. Some challenges that we face, opportunities, and solutions from public health perspective. The picture next to the slide, this one, is actually our community services in collaboration with Dr. Jiki, who will be the presenter in the next session. So this is also our students from the postgraduate students, undergraduate students, and also university staff. Okay, next slide. Okay, so why is it important to build disaster resilience? So first of all of us, of course, have the objective to prevent human lives, asset, and also the property, as well as the reputation of our organization. So the second one, also to build disaster, to reduce disaster impact, and also build nation resilience. So actually, when we build disaster resilience, not only the individual, community, or industrial resilience, but actually we build the nation's resilience. And many nations are extinct due to disaster. Next slide. So some example is the Aztec community a long time ago, at which the Aztec community has been extinct due to pandemic. At that time, they experienced bleeding, fever, and etc. And finally, it was found. Actually, the findings is a bit like recently, it was found that it is caused by the pandemic, and the virus that at that time was the causes of the situation. Okay, next slide. So some other nations who has been also extinct due to disaster include the Maya, because of the flood and earthquake, as well as also other nations. Okay, so some example here is the proof that we need nation resilience to ensure that our nation is sustainable. So also include some of the Samud nations and other nations that extinct due to disaster. All right, next slide. So these are the histories of human pandemic that has been, of course, a few hundred years ago until the last pandemic that we experienced, the pandemic COVID-19. Next slide. So now we move to Indonesia situation. As we all know that Indonesia is a beautiful country, but a part of that, Indonesia also prone to disaster. As we know that Indonesia is located within the several tectonic plates as well as ring of fire that causes Indonesia prone to disaster. We have also 17,000 islands, which the population above 270 million, that increasing our risk because of the risk from natural disaster. Indonesia also have very active industrial activities, as we know from the previous speakers that Indonesia have several cluster area of industries. So that challenging the situation. Next slide. About megatrust. So I would like to share also the situation that Indonesia has a high risk for megatrust because of the location. The previous one that we already know that we are within the tectonic plates as well as ring of fire. Megatrust is one of the type of tectonic earthquake that happen in a subduction zone. On the picture on the side is one of the identified the big earthquake that has been of course in Indonesia. And the location of the subduction, the primary subduction is within the Sunda zone of subduction and also subduction Makran zone, which has the potential of the big earthquake or what we call it as megatrust. And this zone is lying over the west coast between Sumatra until the south part of Java and Nusa Tenggara, as well as near the east of Papua. Next slide. And also the risk of megatrust earthquake here on the picture on the side is one of the example that the histories of the big earthquake since the earthquake and tsunami Aceh 2004, which has been thousands of victims, and also the big tsunami. Besides the risk of megatrust earthquake, so sometimes these big earthquakes also followed by the potential of tsunami. And the situation in Indonesia, because of the very compact communities in several areas, is increasing the risk of the population, as well as lack of awareness, lack of early warning system, and the preparedness. Even though we already try, but at the moment, we need still to empower the early warning system and the preparedness of this disaster. So the next one, it opens some challenges because of this situation. Next slide. Okay, there are several challenges that we face, including the challenges in disaster mitigation at the community level. Disaster actually disproportionately impact vulnerable population, including the elderly, children, and those with chronic illnesses. We also face the limited health infrastructure, overcrowded hospitals, inadequate emergency supplies, and the shortages of skilled health workers pose significant challenges. This is the situation that we face during the pandemic as well as during the natural disaster when it occurs. At the industrial level, the workers in disaster-prone area or high-risk industries face increased occupational hazard, particularly during emergency situations. Disaster can also disrupt critical infrastructure such as energy, transportation, communication system, supply chain, and production of essential goods, such as, for example, within the oil and gas sector, and also coal, minerals, industries. This can exacerbate the impact of disaster. However, next slide. These challenges actually open the opportunities for building resilience. We have the opportunity, our beloved students, to increase the community empowerment by engaging local communities in disaster preparedness, planning, and response is crucial for building resilience. So we can go hand in hand together between the university, industries, and the local community to empower the community, the local community. And also the technological advancement. Nowadays, the leveraging technology for early warning systems, health surveillance, and remote healthcare delivery can significantly enhance resilience. We open also for collaboration between postgraduate students and also the industries together to empower the community by using the technological advancements. Later on my next slide will be I will display about also the strategic partnership that we already built and fostering collaboration between public health agencies, industry, and community organization, which is essential for effective disaster mitigation, nationally or internationally. So I think today's webinar it's open the opportunities for building resilience. Okay, next slide. Another opportunities such as to strengthen the primary healthcare. This is very crucial to ensure the accessible and robust primary healthcare services during disaster for preventing the secondary health crisis. As we know from our research, later on also I will share about the result of our evaluation on the primary healthcare and the services, the hospitals after or before the disaster. In Indonesia, I guess we need to improve our patient to strengthen the primary healthcare. And then the second one, the community-based preparedness. By involving local communities in disaster planning and response, it fosters ownership and enhances preparedness. We open also for collaboration previously in collaboration with several parties. And the use of technology and data, such as health surveillance tools, use the real-time data, such as using the of drone, AI, IoT. We help the people in danger or the people of vulnerable situation to improve, such as the use of IoT for water and flood management. This is actually ongoing research in Yogyakarta, Kulon Progo, particularly by using the National Geographic grants. So I open the collaboration from the students, industry, and the local community. Okay, next slide. Now I will talk about community resilience in disaster mitigation. So the picture in this slide is actually the community resilience services from Universitas Indonesia, my team, and undergraduate students, postgraduate students, and also the local community in collaboration with local government in Lombok. Okay, next slide. What is actually the community resilience? First, we have to know about this. So the community resilience is actually, we know that when disasters occurs, it's actually disasters affecting the people, such as individuals, community as a collective, both are important to reduce the impacts of disaster. Community resilience refers to the ability of the community to prepare for, respond to, recover from, and adapt to adverse events such as natural disaster, economic downturns, pandemics, or other disruptions. So by building and maintaining resilience involve enhancing the community's capacity to withstand shocks while minimizing long-term negative impact. So next one is, why is it important to build community resilience to disaster? Of course, first is to protect human lives, asset and property, as well as company or organization reputation, to reduce disaster vulnerability, loss, and impact, to increase community and nations' resilience, efficient and effective way. Actually, this is for disaster risk management. So by building the community resilience is actually building the nation's resilience, and it is one of very effective way for disaster risk management. By using of local resources and capacities to better prepare for disasters and speeds up response and recovery. The picture on this slide is representing some of our students in Cilegon area when we did the community services to prepare for the schools as a sekolah siaga bencana or disaster preparedness school. Okay, as we know, the next slide, research from the Great Hansin-Wanji earthquake 1995 is actually the percentage of the victims that saved is because of themselves. It's actually 35%. And by the family member, 31.9%. By the neighborhood, 28.1%. And passed by visitors, 2.6%. While from the emergency responders, it's very low actually, 1.7%, and etc. 0.9%. So actually, when we prepare ourselves, our family member, our neighborhood, our community, it's actually we build to save ourselves and our community. Okay, next slide. I would like to also share about my book together with the team from Siap Siaga, BNPB, and Australian government, which has title From Risk to Resilience. So we have already moved from risk management to resilience, disaster risk management to disaster resilience. So this book is a synthesis report of the Indo-Pacific regional learning from COVID-19, but we can impact or we can apply to disaster risk management and resilience. One of my paper insight is by using the local knowledge and local folklore, local culture and art that we can use to disaster risk education and also to build community resilience. Okay, next slide. I will share this book for all the participants today. So as we know that the impact of the natural disaster on public health, the picture on the right side, the above, is actually the impact of hospitals during the earthquake and tsunami Aceh 2004. At least physical injury, death, natural disaster, as we know, can cause massive infrastructure damage, including building collapses, resulting in serious injuries and death. And victims often experience physical trauma such as broken bones, open wounds, and also head injuries, as well as also healthcare disruption. This is the example, one of the example that health facilities, including hospitals and clinics, that has been damaged or destroyed, and hence hampering the ability of medical services to respond to emergency needs, and loss of or limited medical supplies hinder effort to rescue and treat the victims. Okay, next slide. Another natural disaster impact on public health, including the infectious disease. Post-disaster condition often create an environment that supports the spread of infectious diseases such as diarrhea, cholera, and respiratory infections. This is sometimes because of limited access to clean water, damaged sanitation facilities, and dense populations in refugee camps, as well as lack of cleanliness and sanitation triggers public health risks, especially in areas experiencing mass evacuation. And don't forget about the mental health issue, what we call it psychological trauma and mental health disorders, such as PTSD, anxiety, and depression. Okay, next slide. Another impact of natural disaster on public health, including the malnutrition and food deficiency, as well as poor air quality. Okay, next slide. Another impact also on public health after the natural disaster, hygiene and sanitation issues. Sometimes because of collapse of water and waste systems can lead to contamination of drinking water. And then the long-term impact, the damage of health infrastructure can affect health services in long term, so that people take longer to recover. Okay, next slide.
Professor Fatma, we are sorry you have
Yes.
5 minutes left.
Oh, okay. I will go further, faster. Okay, next. These are the role of public health in disaster management, including we can do a rapid health assessment and rapid needs assessment to know the number of victims, public health condition, and the potential for the spread of diseases. And then health response planning and implementation. Next slide. Rapid health assessment is the aim to identify urgent public health needs, and it is based on the Ministry of Health Regulation number 75 of 2019. While the rapid needs assessment is to evaluate the process urgent needs arising from disaster based on the BNP regulation number 09. Okay, next slide. Another role, actually very many role of public health expert in disaster for preventing the infectious disease and control the infectious disease. The next one. Another role of public health expert disaster for public health education and community empowerment before the disaster occurs. Some example, next slide, our school-based disaster risk reduction program. Next slide. Also, youth disaster risk reduction program for our undergraduate students. Some of the tabletop exercise for undergraduate students, we created the market for tabletop exercise. Another example for school disaster preparedness, the next slide, also for the villages preparedness of disaster. Okay, next slide. Some of our books related, next slide, to the disaster, I can share to all the participants today, including the games or also the NAPEC. Okay, next slide. The role of public health experts also for psychosocial and mental health support and cross-coordination system. Next slide. Some of the impacts of disaster on mental health, including the mood swing, difficulty making decision, problem sleeping, as well as burnout and distress. These are the situation, next slide, from the Aceh residents who experience mental disorders after the tsunami, and it is difficult to be treated. Okay, next slide. The people at risk for mental health, including children and the people with the pre-existing mental illness, and also the first responders and recovery workers. So it is important, the next one, mental health and disaster preparedness. WHO has been published several publications related to mental health and disaster preparedness. Okay, next slide. By protecting and promoting the rights of people with severe mental health condition, which can help to prepare the community. Okay, next slide. Another role is to monitor and evaluate the surveillance, disaster health surveillance, and strengthening capacity and preparedness by training before the disaster occurs. Next slide. Another role is for disaster health surveillance, which is a very important. Okay, some example of our research collaboration for community resilience, next slide, including with Lancaster University, and next slide for hospital safety index. We can play the video. This is to determine for the preparedness of the hospital. Okay. Maybe. Thank you very much, moderator. I think I should finish my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Fatma, for the comprehensive overview as the strategies to build resilience in communities and industries. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all our speakers for their insightful presentation. Now we will move on to the Q&A sessions and discussion. Well, our first question is for Mr. Arif Bagus Arjuna, STMT. The question is from Mr. Iqbal Pratama Malik. The question is, how to increase employee awareness of the importance of occupational safety and health? And in your opinion, what is the biggest obstacle to improving safety in Indonesia? To Mr. Arif, please share your thoughts on this topic.
Okay, thank you for your question. I try to answer, but the safety is a priority on the employee from the industry. Safety is we know safety is cost, but cost is can prevention from the employee and prevention from the accident.
Well, do you want to give addition to your answer, Mr.?
Okay, I think enough.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Arif. And we have the second question is from Eko Jumpeno. This question is for Mr. Dr. Sumarjaya. The question is there any coordination among BNPB, Bapeten, and BRIN when it is happening of accidents related to radiation and radioactive materials, like such as nuclear materials? And is it available any standard procedure for the nuclear emergency response? To Dr. Sumarjaya, please kindly share your insight for this matter.
Yes, thank you for question for me. And based on law 24 from BNPB, in order to one of commando by BNPB and Ministry of Health, one of cluster, there are 6 cluster based on law number 2024, which is all in order to collaboration include in sub cluster or cluster to create by law 2024 24 number from BNPB, Perka BNPB. Collaboration in order to risk reduction related healthy impact and personal how to collaboration agents between agency, BNPB, apa tadi BNPB, Kementerian Kesehatan, Ministry of Health, and BRIN, and focus Ministry of Health in risk reduction on pre-health crisis through mitigation, prevention, and preparedness. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sumarjaya, for your insightful response. And we have the next question. Well, we have the third question for Professor Fatma Lestari. The question is from Mrs. Anita Kamelia from Universitas Sriwijaya. The question is how to increase the community participants in disaster-prone areas in disaster emergency response plans to reduce the number of fatalities in the event of the disaster.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I'm Anita, actually my previous postgraduate students, and hello Anita, and also my research team actually from Universitas Sriwijaya. Okay, thank you very much. This is very important questions, and actually in university we have the opportunities to collaborate with the communities. Either the surroundings, such as in Universitas Indonesia, within the community Depok, yeah, or we can also collaborate with the alumni. Anita is one of our alumni, which located in Palembang. So sometimes we collaborate also with the local universities, such as with Palembang, Yogyakarta, and then Cilegon, and then in other areas. So I open for collaborations. By increasing the collaboration, we can also increasing the participation of the local communities. So engaging the local communities, such as, for example, for creating the the risk mapping, the disaster risk mapping. This is, for example, that we implementing in Cilegon, in Lombok, in Yogyakarta, by engaging the local community to all together to build and make the disaster risk mapping. Ya, misalnya dengan PMI, dengan Posyandu, Puskesmas, RT, RW, and also the Karang Taruna, the youth, and the local students as well. Hopefully this answered the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Fatma, for your detailed explanation. And we still have another questions. Now the question is for Mr. Arif. Mr. Arif Arjuna, please share your opinion in how the Cilegon and Merak stakeholders, such as company and regulator or the government in Cilegon, integrated emergency response system due to high risk hazard chemical company. What is the worst impact of fire explosion incidents in Cilegon? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, the Cilegon government already has disaster management regulation. There are refer to government regulation. The new regulation number 63 2023. This is update from the previous regulation, Perda number 7 2017 about the implementation of the management disaster. Actually, the company also prepare emergency procedure which are communicated between company and government. The several times we have carry out local and national simulation in Cilegon, and we already have the disaster risk reduction forum also. The worst impact in happen industrial disaster is also this many victim and facilities damage, and we will back to normally industry as very long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arif, for sharing your expertise and experience, especially in Cilegon. And next, we still have questions for Dr. Sumarjaya. This question is from Mrs. Mulyani. The question is, hello, Dr. Sumarjaya. What are the biggest challenges in transitioning from the pre-crisis, crisis, and post-crisis phases of a previous health crisis, such as at the Central Sulawesi emergency situation or the most pressing health event crisis in Indonesia to the present. How can the Indonesian Ministry of Health address this health issue, especially in WASH and also maternal and clinic health issue? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Mulia. What is challenges related to address health crisis on disaster? And the problem currently the problem that is regulation and leveling bureaucracy, and it's very important to how to to how to synergisitas uh, between government pemerintah pusat and daerah, ya, in order to gather and focus in pre-health crisis. Indonesia currently and actually and focus on disaster. It's not pre-disaster. How to strengthening capacity by TTX, ya, FTX, CPX in prepare healthcare workforce and improving capacity in all region in Indonesia. It's very important to risk reduction on disaster and on pre-health crisis. The problem is Indonesia is archaeologist state and one of largest and population in the world. It's very vulnerable on disaster. Therefore, we together all level, district, province, and national, together to prepare on pre-health crisis through promotive, preventive, mitigation, and preparedness by training, education, socialization, and etc. That's all from me.
Okay, Dr. Sumarjaya, we truly appreciate your detailed explanation. Thank you very much. And the next question is for Professor Fatma Lestari. This question is from Ms. Fanny Etrawati. Dear Professor Fatma, in disaster condition, people tend to panic even though they already know the stage of self-rescue in a disaster. What methods are most effective in reducing the number of disaster victims caused by panic, such as the recent Kanjuruhan incidents?
Okay, thank you very much for the very important questions. Yeah, for Kanjuruhan is actually something that we can prevent it. Yeah, in my opinion, my previous opinion, when the tragedy Kanjuruhan occurs, I write on the media that one of the prevention that we can do is to ensure that all the public facilities are safe, and also particularly during the emergency situations, such as the emergency evacuation route, and as well as there has to be a safety induction before the public activities or public events held. This is actually not our culture yet, but in the future, to prevent such very much tragedy like a Kanjuruhan that we can prevent actually. So in the future, I propose to have safety induction before the events, and then for crowd mass management. So the people know how to, the event organizer, the
local government knows exactly how to handle the crowd management, the mass management, and also to do the risk assessment before the events held, such as to know the risk, whether the games or the events have actually or unique risk, such as from the participants or from the siapa yang lagi bertanding begitu ya. Mungkin participants ini agak sensitif, mungkin selebriti ini agak sensitif, atletnya sensitif, sehingga all of this has to be handled before that, and all the risk has been identified and then mitigated. So I think in the future we have to ensure those all of these things, crowd mass management, and then the risk assessment before the events, and the safety induction, and providing the infrastructure, the route of emergency, route of evacuations has to be very clear in the beginning, so people won't panic when the emergency situation appear. This we can learn from Japan, such as from the Japan Airlines coalition. Even though the plane has been crashed, fire has been started, but everybody inside the aeroplane, including the airplane staff and crew, are not panicked because they already train and do the drills. And every time when we know that when the airline started to fly, before that we've been inducted by the safety induction. So everybody in the airplane knows exactly what to do and don't have to do, such as by using the high heels and etc. That helps more than 300 Japan Airlines. All passengers and crews are safe, no victims at all, even though the airplane is burned. So I think that's one of the several ideas and opinions from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Fatma, for your insightful ideas. And now I think our participants are really excited on this panel session, so we still have so many questions on the list. Now the next question is for Dr. Sumarjaya from Dr. Rusdi Dalusboya. The question is, a year ago, our district government declared a rabies outbreak as a public health emergency, with one of the impacts being that all rabies cases were not covered by BPJS. How long does it take for BNPB or BPBD to take over the financing on this emergency response to any KLB? Please share your opinion on this, Dr. Sumarjaya.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Samara. This question is not for the answer, but I hope to answer your question regarding. I would like uh, to share to you concept is outbreak, extraordinary event, and health crisis. Yes, rabies program. This is unit P2P. It's not a center for health crisis, but I would like to explain to you uh, concept related extraordinary outbreak and center for high crisis. And prepares my slide. Yes, the presentation. Uh, please please can you share my presentation concept outbreak center for health crisis.
Okay, we are still waiting for the organizing
Yes.
committee.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Uh, Concept of the relation between extraordinary event, outbreak, and health crisis. Uh, if even jadi so Extraordinary is even which there are significant increased number of disease and health issues and specific period of time caused by communicable and non-communicable disease. If communicable disease and next automatically outbreak if order to spread a disease, and if uh, if so significant uh, significant disease, so and capacity and is not good in region, so to be a health crisis. Extraordinary event can directly become health crisis if caused by other health issues. It's not communicable disease. But if it is caused by communicable disease, it will turn into outbreak before become health crisis. Related rabies vaccine, rabies program, I don't uh, is not to lead for me in Center for Health Crisis, but unit P2P. Enough from me.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sumarjaya. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the time constraint, we are sorry we are not able to address all the questions today. So we have to close these panel sessions. And I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the speakers on these sessions. And thank you very much to all the audience members for your excellent questions and to our speakers for their very insightful response on this session. To summarize, it is clear from our discussion that addressing disaster risk management requires not only technical innovation, but also a strong collaboration and community engagement. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we close these sessions, we would like to take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished speakers for their contribution today. To show the appreciation, we will now proceed with the symbolic certificate presentation for our speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we close these sessions, once again, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all of our speakers, our distinguished speakers, Dr. Sumarjaya, Mr. Arif Arjuna, and Professor Fatma Lestari for their valuable insights and the discussion you have shared with us today. Thank you very much. We truly appreciate your time, dedication, and contribution to this valuable discussion. On behalf of organizing committee, I also extend my deepest gratitude to all participants for your active participation. Please stay tuned to our next sessions. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the seminar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Makasih Pak
Terima kasih
Ari.
Prof ya.
Terima kasih, Prof.
Pak Arif,
Fatma.
ya.
Pak.
Terima kasih semuanya. Ya.
Thank you very much,
Izin, Lid.
everyone.
Check. So please give big a round of applause to our dearest moderator. Thank you very much. Wow, that was a very great and insightful session. So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to appreciate the moderator, Mrs. Ati Dira, by awarding the certificate virtually. Thank you very much for staying until here, and thank you very much for the very dynamic session on Indonesian Health Crisis Management System to respond natural disaster challenge and improvement in public health aspects by Ministry of Health Republik Indonesia Crisis Health Center, Dr. Sumar Jaya, SKM, MFP, and CFI. Industrial Mitigation Preparedness for Natural Disaster Risk by Arif Bagus Arjuna, STMT, PT Dover Chemical Merak Plant. And also Community and Industry Resilience in Disaster Mitigation by Professor Dr. Randa Fatma Lestari, MSI, PhD, DRRC UI. So honorable, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind again that this seminar wouldn't be possible without the help and support from PT Pertamina Persero, PT Mendo Elang Indah, PT Intergastra Nusantara, PT Jimulya, PT Depriwangga Engineering, PT Astra Tol Nusantara, PT United Tractors Tbk, PT Telekomunikasi Indonesia Internasional, PT Avatara Lintas Media, PT Solusi K3 Indonesia, PT Gama Buana Persada, and of course PT Mitra Nela Lestari. So please give big round of applause to our sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, so how are you feeling today? I hope you're excited as I am for this amazing seminar, whether then outside is still raining probably in some places of you. But before we dive into the next second plenary session, let's take a moment to loosen up and energize ourselves with a fun ice-breaking session. Delapan. Atur nafas, ambil nafas dari hidung, buang dari mulut. Sama peregangan dinamis. Masuk peregangan 1. Peregangan untuk tubuh bagian bawah. Kita ulangi arah lain. Gerakan terakhir dari latihan pendinginan. Wow, thank you everyone for your enthusiasm and energy. I hope you're feeling more connected and, of course, ready to engage with today's program. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next segment of our seminar. Honorable distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin our second plenary session. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Gregorius Ben Prayogi as moderator for this panel session. Mr. Gregorius Ben Prayogi is a doctoral student of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia. So for Dr. Ben, the time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear audience and distinguished speakers to the second panel of our seminar this morning. In this session, 3 leading global experts will share their expertise and perspectives on 3 important issues that are part of the contemporary approach to disaster management, particularly natural hazard triggered technological accidents, or NATEC. So we will hear from them about improving disaster preparedness and response, particularly NATEC, risk assessment for better mitigation of industrial and environmental disaster, and how the public health community can contribute in enhancing community and industry resilience. Throughout the session, like in the previous one, if you have any question or comment, feel free to type them in the Q&A function in Zoom or in the chat box in YouTube. This will be answered during the discussion session after all the speakers have presented their talks. Right, our first speaker this morning in the second panel is Professor Ana Maria Cruz. Professor Cruz is a leading expert in disaster risk management, currently serving as a professor and chair of the Disaster Risk Management Lab at the Disaster Prevention Research Institute, Kyoto University. She is renowned for pioneering research on natural hazard triggered technological accidents, otherwise known as NATEC. In addition to her academic and research roles, Professor Cruz serves as the president of the International Society for Integrated Disaster Risk Management and is the editor-in-chief of the Integrated Disaster Risk Management Journal. Her extensive work and dedication to disaster risk management have made her a leading figure in the field globally. Professor Cruz has prepared a recorded presentation for the session, but Professor Fatma Lestari will be available to answer your questions later. So without further ado, let's start with Professor Ana Maria Cruz's talk on NATEC research for disaster risk management.
So good morning. My name is Ana Maria Cruz, and I'm a professor at the Disaster Prevention Research Institute of Kyoto University. It is a pleasure and honor to be giving this short presentation. I would first of all like to thank the Ministry of National Development Planning, the National Development Planning Agency in Indonesia, and Professor Fatma Lestari for this invitation. Today I will talk about NATEC risk management and the basically a short review of the research in this field. To start, I would like you to look at this image. This is an intersection in Tokyo, but it could be an intersection in other major cities around the world near coastal or water bodies. The first question is there a problem? When you look deeper in the photograph, you will see that under the bridge there is a large fuel storage tank, which is maybe at least 10 stories high. Furthermore, you can see fishing boats and probably a fuel barge or fuel ship, which in the case of a sudden tsunami or storm surge brought on by a typhoon could lead to the loss of mooring of any of these ships or liquid sloshing in the storage tank, which could lead to oil spills and even floating fires, as was the case during the Great East Japan earthquake. In 2018, this is one of the things that happened when Typhoon Jebi passed through Osaka Bay, causing this fuel tanker that had fortunately unloaded the fuel at the Kansai airport. However, it lost its mooring due to the high storm surge and wave action, crashing into the only bridge that connects the airport to the city of Osaka. More than 1,000 people were stranded at the airport, and it took more than 3 weeks to get the bridge, get one of the lanes of the bridge working again. This is, of course, not the only time, not the first time that typhoons or other tropical cyclones have caused extensive damage. During Hurricane Katrina, several oil rigs lost their mooring and ended up stranded in beaches or against bridges in the city of New Orleans, as this photograph shows. So one of the main problems of what we call NATEC, for natural hazard triggered technological accidents, is that they are likely to occur when you have major natural disaster events such as a typhoon or large earthquakes impacting coastal areas. In this photograph, we are looking at perceptile vapor data from the arrival of Hurricane Katrina in the US Gulf Coast in 2005. And the dots that are appearing are all the chemical, oil, and gas releases that were reported, as well as the date that was estimated that the event occurred. So you can see the high number of events that were occurring as the storm approached and made landfall in New Orleans. These area-wide effects were also visible during the Great East Japan earthquake. In the top left picture was the fires and explosions that resulted following the earthquake at the Chiba refinery in Tokyo Bay. But the tsunami also caused floating off and dumping of oil, and then which later resulted in floating oil and floating fires. So NATECs can affect large areas, and in particular, people living in the vicinity of industrial installations or near coastal areas need to be prepared for this type of event and make sure that people are evacuated outside of regions where this kind of floating oil fires might occur. So what does this mean for highly industrialized urban areas, such as, for example, Jakarta, Manila, Shanghai, Beijing, Osaka, and many other large cities around the world that have high population living within or near industrial installations that handle hazardous materials? in order to prevent or minimize damage and losses, we need a more comprehensive, area-wide risk management approach. This should be accompanied, of course, by risk and hazard information disclosure and risk communication. Now let's look a little bit at the actual incidence of NATICs by looking at data from different parts of the world, but in particular from the United States, mostly because the US has been keeping records of chemical accident releases for over 3 decades. So in these images, we're showing the number of hazardous materials releases that occur in the US annually. So somewhere between 25,000 and 35,000 chemical releases are reported each year. It's a high number because the reporting requirements are very strict. The figure on the right-hand side shows that when we extract the events that are triggered by natural hazards, which represent between 3 and 7% annually, a big percentage, or let's say the majority of them, are caused by hydrometeorological hazards. For this reason, we were interested in determining if climate change is an important factor. By doing spatial temporal analysis, we were able to confirm the effect of climate change as it is affecting the weather systems, in particular typhoon, rain, and storms. Of course, climate change may exacerbate pre-disaster conditions, as these images show. In 2018, prior to a earthquake that occurred on September 6 of magnitude 6.6 in Hokkaido, the typhoon Jebi that also passed through Osaka on 4th and 5th September had passed through this area, and it is believed that it had preconditioned the slopes for failure due to precipitation from the typhoon. Research concerning NATIC risk was actually started in the 1990s in California in the United States following major earthquakes such as the Loma Prieta earthquake and the Northridge earthquake later in 1994. And over the years, it has shifted towards hydrometeorological hazards and more recently climate change, as the work I showed previously. Risk assessment methodologies for process safety for industrial facilities to assess their safety and risk have been proposed, especially for seismic hazards, floods, and lightning. However, the most important issue remains, and that is that we need to shift away from the evaluation of individual facilities to a territorial-wide or area-wide. And so to do so, we need a paradigm shift on the NATIC risk management arena in order to address NATIC risk more effectively. Then, contemplating all of the previously mentioned factors, the question that arises is how do we better address and manage NATIC risk in a territory? In order to promote NATIC risk resilience in a territory, we need to understand that the scope of analysis changes. That is, the system is no longer only one facility or infrastructure, but that we need to consider the territory, including the facilities, neighboring industries, businesses, interconnected infrastructure, and surrounding residential areas and communities, and so on. We need to realize that the system, in fact, is the wider scope. Furthermore, the need for flexibility in order to adapt to rapidly changing dynamic situations is of utmost importance. So the selection of a framework has been done based on work by one of our graduate students, Suarez Paua, where a comprehensive area-wide NATIC risk management framework has been proposed that includes some of the, let's say, areas that are typically considered within individual facilities, but we have expanded the need to consider also issues related with risk governance and risk communication, and that necessarily we need to consider the external environment. That is why we need to take action, propose and implement precautionary measures and enhance risk awareness, and cooperatively build on strategies that help minimize NATIC impacts and advocate for more resilient societies. So concerted efforts are needed for risk reduction. Cooperative actions for risk reduction by local governments, companies, and residents is one of the most important issues that we need to consider when we're looking at joint natural and technological hazards. NATIC events are most likely to occur when natural hazards exceed design levels. So that means that we'll probably be in situations that are quite severe. And so facilities and communities will need to rely more on themselves and less on government help. Efforts for risk reduction should include both hard and soft countermeasures. Knowing and sharing information is one of the most important steps to move in this direction. However, we need concerted efforts to move and to improve risk communication. This means that also risk governance is very much needed for effective. Risk governance needs to be supported also through international initiatives that will help to raise awareness on the need to address NATIC as part of DRR in order to build territorial resilience. And so I would like to just mention some of the efforts that have been done by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development that has run 2 NATIC 3-year projects. The ARDEX 18 exercise that was done in Cilegon in Indonesia in 2018 included for the first time a actual NATIC. So some of basically the exercise was carried out at one of the industrial facilities. And also in 2019 or 2020, there was a publishing of the ARMOR document by the AHA Center and ASEAN. I would also just briefly like to mention that since 2015, we've been having these annual NATIC symposium. Last year was the 7th NATIC symposium at Sichuan University in Chengdu. During the conference, we also launched an international NATIC network with more than 100 participants and members. And this year, the 8th NATIC Symposium will be carried out at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology in Trondheim on 1-2 July. So to conclude, I would just like to say NATIC risk management requires a new paradigm. So we need to move towards an area-wide or territorial-wide comprehensive risk management. Cooperative actions for risk reduction by all stakeholders is very important, particularly for the transportation pipelines that cut across large areas and boundaries, or other types of activities that could have transboundary impacts. NATIC events are also likely to occur when natural hazards exceed design levels, so we need to incorporate notions of resilience and systems view in order to be more flexible and adaptable to very rapid changes. Efforts for risk reduction should include both hard and soft countermeasures, particularly if events may exceed the design level. And as mentioned earlier, knowing and sharing information is of utmost importance, but of course, not always easy. So thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Cruz, for highlighting the importance of a comprehensive, integrated, and area-wide framework in managing the risk for NATEC. Moving on to the second item in our panel on disaster risk, we have another distinguished global speaker here. We have Professor Yasuhito Jibiki from Tohoku University. In addition to his academic and research roles, Jibiki Sensei is also involved globally in the expert working group on chemical accidents. He has also been part of several long-standing collaborations between Japan and Indonesia in the field of disaster management, producing several high-profile publications on the topic of early warning systems and disaster risk management. He is also part of the UNEP working group, which is very important in management of chemical accidents. Today, Professor Jibiki will share his perspectives on industrial and environmental disaster risk assessment for hazardous materials. Jibiki Sensei, good afternoon. It's afternoon in Japan, right?
Good afternoon. I am actually staying in Fiji right now, so good afternoon.
Oh yeah, it's late afternoon in Fiji. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate your time here. I'm sure the audience are eagerly awaiting your talk, so I'll hand over the session to you.
Thank you so much for your introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank you to Professor Fatuma Lestali to invite me to this international seminar. And also, I would like to appreciate the organizing committee members to support my preparation and my participation today. I would like to, thank you for showing my presentation. The title of my presentation is Industrial and Environment Disaster Risk Assessment for Hazardous Materials. The next slide, please. Hello, thank you. Professor Ana Maria Klutz has already kindly introduced some international movements on NATEC has been ongoing. First of all, we may need to pay attention to SDGs. In SDGs framework, we have already included aspect of NATEC as global agenda. The next slide, please. Hello? Can you show that
yes,
next
there
slide?
was some delay, but it should come.
Oh, thank you. So Professor Ana Maria Klutz gave her comprehensive idea on NATEC risk reduction and NATEC disaster risk governance. However, my talk is focusing on a case study in Indonesia, Cilegon. Later, I will talk about Cilegon in more details. Going back to the global agenda, Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction also mentioned some aspects of NATEC. And UN actually after UNDRR, after Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction determined, UNDRR issued guidance notes regarding NATEC. The next slide, please. Oh, and OECD efforts have already explained by Ana Maria Klutz. So OECD also made a kind of guiding principles on NATEC to us. this is very detailed, and I do not want to read all explanation on this slide, but I just want to show that SDGs, SFDRR, and OECD have been touching the NATEC agenda as a global important agenda. So next slide, please. So from now, I would like to start talking about a case study in Chilean. I would like to say that we can learn some aspects on NATEC from a case study in Chilean. The next slide, please. So Chilean, in the earlier session, Baba Arif may have already introduced his long commitment in Chilean. So Chilean has experienced in their own way Indian Ocean tsunami 2004. And after 2004, Chilean has been developing some efforts in order to respond to NATEC incidents. Fortunately, we can say that Chilean has not yet experienced real NATEC incidents so far. The next slide, please. However, this important training has already also introduced by Professor Ana Maria Kulutz. This is ARDEX ASEAN Regional Disaster Emergency Response was held in China in 2018. And this scenario is very, I think, very important to think about NATEC. From the viewpoint of natural science, I think that the government and the stakeholder acknowledged the potential and possibility that Chilean might be suffered from tsunami. Based on this slide was developed by ASEAN Coordinating Center, and tsunami might be happened, and Chilean might be inundated by tsunami. The next slide, please. Also, one of the most important things in ARDEX is that the scenario of the training and exercise clearly included aspect of NATEC, and not in the training, Nubika also joined in order to show the real demonstration how to respond to NATEC. So even though Kota Chilean has not yet experienced in real NATEC situations, it is interesting to explore how they prepare for the potential NATEC events. So that's why Professor Fatoma and my team focused on the case study of Kota Chilean. The next slide, please. In order to, before showing the main result of the case study, I would like to briefly explain a community survey that Professor Fatoma and my team conducted in Chilean. We focused on two villages. The first one is Kululahan Levagede village. The second one is Gununsugi village. Briefly explain the characteristics of Kululahan Levagede. We have LPG tanks in Kululahan Levagede. In Gununsugi, we have many chemical facilities. Chandrasli and Asahimas Chemicals must be very important, a very famous facility, a chemical facility in Indonesia, and their facility is located in Gununsugi village. So that's why we focused on these two villages. for our community survey. The next slide, please. I would like to explain that we tried to get the representative data to explain how the local people think about the NetTech issues. That's why we adopted household survey, and based on the number of the households in Chilegon, we tried to get the sufficient number of the respondents from the households. So next slide, please. When we visited Kelurahan Lebagede and Kelurahan Gunung Segi, before starting the survey, we got this data from the Kelurahan office, and we identified the number of the population, and we also got to know the number of the households, and based on the such basic baseline data, we identified that we needed to get almost 500 samples, and finally we got almost 500 samples, and based on these 500 samples, we tried to analyze what the people thinking about NATEC. The next slide, please. And this slide shows very simple data on risk perception. In our survey, we used a question, how much is your village, how much is your Kelurahan prone to floods or earthquake or tsunami, landslides, volcanic eruption, fire, and industrial accidents. We of course used Bahasa Indonesia to implement the questionnaire survey. This slide intends to show how people perceive the risk in terms of proneness. When we look at flood and industrial accident, the percentage is higher than other events like earthquake, tsunami, landslides, volcanic eruption, and fire. And it is surprising that the local people have already aware of industrial accidents are somehow much prone. And on the other hand, the perception on tsunami is relatively lower than the perception of floods and industrial accidents. And when we consider landslide and volcanic eruption, the perception is not so high. And as you may know, volcanic eruption happened in Anak Krakatau in 2018 in December. So even though we have Anak Krakatau somehow closer to Chilegon, based on our questionnaire data, the perception on volcanic eruption was not so much higher. So next slide, please. This is the main result that I would like to show today to you. This is a simple tabulation between two questions, question A and question B. In question A, we asked, do you think that tsunami will give damage to industrial facilities? And the height of tsunami, 2 or 3 meters, is related to the Ardex scenario. In question B, we asked, were you worried if tsunami may be generated by the earthquake? And then we made a close tabulation using these two questions. In question A, it is very interesting because more than 50% said yes. So more than 50% respondents has already known that tsunami will give damage to industrial facilities. Also, very important thing is that almost 30% answered, I don't know. In red color, it means I don't know. So some portion of the people, it is difficult for them to clearly answer that tsunami will give damages to industrial facilities. So this is a result of in question A. In question B, we asked their worries on tsunami generated by an earthquake. In answers, those who answered very worried and those who answered worried are very high. Many people answered that they worried or they were very worried about tsunami generated by earthquake. So they have some portion of the people have already aware of tsunami height and possibility that tsunami may happen industrial facilities damages, and many people were aware of earthquake risk and tsunami risk. However, when we look at the result of cross tabulation between question A and B, we didn't have statistical relationship. Okay. So it means that wariness and the knowledge on tsunami height does not have statistically significant relationship. This result shows that difficulty of risk communication. So Professor Ana Maria Cruz has already mentioned the importance of risk communication in NATEC field, and I myself do not have very specific answers and very specific solutions to solve this risk communication problem. However, our case study in Chilean also indicated the importance of risk communication about NATEC. This is the most important takeaway from our survey, and I would like to finish this presentation. I really appreciate that you pay attention to my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, GBG Sensei. And really appreciate the sharing of your experience with Chilean and highlighting that beyond risk assessment, there is also a gap we are facing in risk communication, particularly with NATEC as a problem. Thank you so much, GBG Sensei.
Thank you. Thank you.
On to our third topic, which would be how the public health community can contribute. We have our third speaker here, Dr. Febi Dwi Rahmadi from Griffith University. Pak Febi is the course convener of Disaster Management and Resilience Building, Global Health Priorities and Interventions, and Health Program Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation at Griffith School of Medicine. His PhD research was collaborative governance model to link between climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction to build urban community resilience. He also holds a position as the program coordinator for Indonesia at the Center for Environment and Population Health and the coordinator of the Risk Communication, Emergency Management and Adapting Climate Change for Health, or REACH consortium. Today, he will share his experience and expertise, demonstrating his strong understanding of collaborative governance, disaster management, community engagement, and community-based program design theory, processes, and application, sharing his expertise including global health, emergency response operations, disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, health program planning and evaluation, community participation and development, integrating all this as a public health strategy and intervention, in his talk on disaster mitigation for enhancing community resilience through a public health approach. So, Pak Febi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we are quite happy to have you join us. Is it late afternoon there?
It's 2:30 now.
Okay, I hope not too late. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for setting aside your time. I know you're quite busy and this is a weekend, but I'm sure the audience will be quite appreciative of your sharing today. So without further ado, I will hand over the Zoom session to you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure for me to be here as well. Thank you so much. Please allow me to share my screen. Okay. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can see your
Yep.
slide.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I slightly changed the topic a little bit, but still along the line what the committee want me to share. So the title is from vulnerability to resilience and the role of public health in disaster mitigations. It's an honor for me to be here, especially this event is hosted by my own alma mater. And it is also a pleasure for me to be here, to be able to learn from other speakers as well. So thank you so much for inviting me in this important event. So I would like to start with with some basic concept, in particular in relation to health impacts in the aftermath of a disaster. And these are the health related problems common to all natural disaster. Of course, we understand that each disaster is a unique event, right? So there's no one size fits all to all type of disaster. This, however, we always see what we call, we always see mortality, morbidity, social reactions, such as panic, stunt waiting, especially when we talk about, big disaster, right? So there will be also rumor abounds, particularly around pandemic, disease outbreaks, and etc. So population displacement, right? So this is something that people are forcibly displaced from their hometown to another village, for instance, or potentially to another country. Climatic exposure, because of that population displacement, people have to live in a temporary shelter and potentially they are exposed to climatic exposure. Okay, because it is important for us to make sure population has to be kept dry, reasonably well clothed and able to find windbreaks, especially if it is during winter, during summer, etc. There's also issue with food nutrition in the aftermath of disaster, particularly when food availability is disrupted, logistic is disrupted because of distribution is influenced by the disaster impact. Potentially, we also have water supply and sanitation issues in the aftermath of disaster, and of course, mental health. And this is something that need to be because mental health is something that cannot be seen, it's something that is abstract. Often this is overlooked. Damage to the health infrastructure, and of course we have to remember that the damage to the health infrastructure is not only physical infrastructure but potentially to the personnel as well, which later on will contribute to the health issues around that area. And not to mention as well, last but not least, potential communicable disease. This, however, of course, communicable disease is pretty much depending whether there is a pathogen that is available in the area, and also the pre-existing conditions that allow this to happen. So oftenly, if it is something related to there's nothing about pandemic or there's nothing about infectious disease, so potentially communicable disease after disaster are less common. These are something that we will face in the aftermath of disaster. Epidemic associated with disaster, because this is something that, like nowadays we can see that disaster happen. They don't actually wait until pandemic. Like for instance, during COVID-19, pandemic, I don't know how many times we have disaster in Indonesia, for instance, especially here in Australia also as well. So in Queensland, particularly where I live in Brisbane, we were also impacted by flood during COVID-19. So it is very important for us to understand that epidemic associated with disaster are actually rare, especially after rapid onset disaster, unless large number of displaced people are placed in crowded unsanitary camps. Like what happened in Rohingya, especially in Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh. So that is where a lot of disease outbreaks potentially happen because people are placed in a crowded area, and it is also not hygienic as well. Severe increased risk during and after complex emergencies. And it is also something that is very important, and this was also mentioned by Dr. GBK as well previously. This is in relation to risk communications. So potentially epidemic associated with disaster is perpetuated by media and politicians. So this is something that we have to be careful as well. Okay, so risks factors of communicable disease. So these are 4 important key elements where later on when we talk about the role of public health, potentially we have to be able to prevent all this. So the first one is displaced and forced to stay in crowded areas. So loss of public utility. So there are 3 basic necessities. So the first one is food, water, shelter, right? So disruption of basic health services, like brief interruptions of preventative measures like vaccination, surveillance, and etc. And last but not least is food scarcity. So these are 4 important key themes that might lead to communicable disease in the aftermath of disaster. So when you talk about disaster management, so because disaster management is aimed to reduce the impact of disaster on communities, to protect lives, property, and also to the environment, and ensure a coordinated response and recovery to restore the normalcy of the community, right? So this include we have mitigations, preparations, response, and recovery. So this is a traditional disaster management cycle, right? So we have in Australia we have PPRR, so preventions, preparedness, response, and recovery. So in Indonesia might have different stages as well, but the main principle is we have before, during, and after disaster. So, and each stage might have different terminologies. These are the common disaster management cycle. What is important for us to understand is the risks, right? So risk exists at every stage of disaster management. So be it preventions, preparedness, response, and recovery. So disaster risks exist in all these stages. So this is why I think somebody is writing on my screen. This is where I think it is important for us as public health to understand how we can reduce these disaster risks, okay, at every level of disaster management. So disaster risk reduction, it does not have to wait until we enter recovery time. So during disaster response, we can always do what we call by early recovery or disaster reductions during disaster response operations. Disaster mitigations, because this is one of the theme of my talk today. So it is aimed to reduce the likelihood and consequences of hazard risks before a disaster ever occurs. So disaster mitigation has to be done before the disaster happened. Okay. And if you look at this one here, of course, we have very important term. Yeah. Can you see my screen, right? So we have a very important term here, which is disaster risks. I think there is a delay there. So disaster risks, risk there. So risks is a function of hazard, exposure, vulnerability, and capacity. So this is where I think it is very important for us to understand how we can reduce the risks by potentially remove the exposure, reduce the vulnerability, and increase the capacity of the community. A lot of people actually ask especially in relation to what is actually the differences between mitigations and preparedness, right? So I would like to answer this by saying that within mitigations efforts, there is always preparedness action. Within preparedness action, there is always mitigations actions or efforts, right? So there's no point for us to debate in terms of the what is actually the distinct definition between mitigations and preparedness. What is important for us to is actually whether our mitigation is able to reduce the likelihood of the disaster or the consequences of the disaster. This is what we do here in Queensland. I believe this is also something that also happened not only in Queensland or in Australia, but also potentially in Indonesia as well. So there are two types of mitigations. So we have structural and non-structural. So of course, structural here, we're talking about physical environment, relocation. So we move the people from a particular place that is vulnerable to flood. However, this is potentially difficult, right? So especially when you talk about Indonesia, Indonesia is prone to earthquake. Wherever you move the people, there's always risks of earthquake. So relocation is not a possible solution. So structural modifications, detection system, we have early warning system, and etc. Physical modifications. There is a, like especially here in Australia that is prone to bushfire, cyclone, and not so much earthquake. We do much physical modifications in relation to reducing bushfire as well. So treatment and etc. So non-structural, which is actually very important, regulatory measures. So law enforcement is very important. So like, for instance, risk assessment, which will then inform the urban development. And then the decision is, for instance, people is not allowed to build houses around this area because this is prone to flood and etc. So behavioral modification and etc. I'm not going to explain this one by one because the time is so limited. What we are actually trying to achieve, along the time, like here, if you look at this diagram, so a disaster mitigations and preparedness approach to disaster management emphasize reducing the impact of disaster over time through proactive measures. So of course, we remember, and always we have to remember, every disaster is a unique event, right? So let's say we have earthquake A, earthquake B, earthquake C. What is important for us, and this is actually one of the key elements of community resilience, is ability to learn from past disaster. So then we can have a better preparedness for future disaster or future flood, future earthquake, future cyclone, and etc. And this is something that we have to do. Okay, so we have the first disaster, for instance, and then learning from this disaster, we have to be able to understand what factors that exacerbate the impact of this particular disaster and how we can mitigate that one, how we can remove the risks as much as possible, okay, or limit the risks. And it is very important for us then to actually evaluate, what happened when there is another earthquake, what happened if there is another cyclone, and etc. And this is where we evaluate our program. And the problem is now we are now in the anthropogenic climate change era, where people are actually asking how natural is natural disaster, as there is, UNDRR, even, in the latest report, they mentioned that there is no such called natural disaster anymore because everything is exacerbated by human activities. And if you look at this one here, we have changes in land use and cover, resource scarcity, climate change, and etc. And this is our population is located, okay, the health outcomes, negative health outcomes. So from this publication, we can actually look at, this is insulating layers. It's like you live in a house and the house is insulated. So when it is summer, it's not too cold, it's not too hot. When it is winter, it is not too cold. So in the context of public health, we can also see this as ecological public health or social determinant of health. Okay, so we have philanthropic safety net, we have population protected by learned or culturally determined behaviors, protected by environmental change, population replace locally damaged ecosystem service with regional global ecosystem service, and etc. So this is something that we need to be able to pursue, to be able to build these layers so then we can protect the community. And it is not, there's no one size fits all. What happened in Queensland, potentially something need to be adapted, of course, when we want to implement this in the context of Indonesia, in Fiji, in Japan, and etc. So it is very important for us to do need assessment first. This is actually something that has been published a while ago by the International Federation of Red Crescent Societies. And I really like this definition because resilient, it is very operational based. So resilient community, these are the key characteristic of resilient community. So resilient community is knowledgeable, healthy, and can meet its basic needs. So that is the first characteristics. If we really want to, because there's also a debate whether community resilience is an outcome or a process. In my own understandings, I can see that as both. It is a process, but it is also an outcome. So that is the first characteristics. Socially cohesive, has economic opportunities, well-maintained and accessible infrastructure and service, can manage its natural assets, and last but not least, and this is also very important, talking about social capital, community that is connected. Okay, so when we look at the public health role itself, because public health long-standing missions has been to prevent disease, right? Prolong life and promote health through, and this is very important, through organized efforts across societies, organizations, communities, and individuals. I would like to highlight that definitions, organized efforts across the whole community. And it is also very important for us to understand when we say community is knowledgeable and healthy, and health here is not only in absence of disease. So it has to be a complete physical, mental, social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity, because that is definition of WHO. And this is where we need to then link that with health promotion approach, because enabling people to increase control over and to improve their own health determinants. So when I was a public health student, bachelor, because health promotion is translated as penyuluhan kesehatan in Indonesia, and sometimes I can see that it is very top down. Hopefully not now. Okay, it's very top down. It's all about telling people what to do and etc. It is actually not. It is more about empowering the community, and this is actually our role as public health. This is a paper that we published a while ago, and this was related to the flood in Jakarta. And as you can see here, public health roles are crucial. Yeah, so crucial. Why? Because we are talking about the people. Because the key element of community resilience is the human and social aspect. No matter how much you do for technical, natural, financial, institutional, if that project does not include human and social aspect, it won't be that effective. Okay, and public health is very important in the context of engaging the community, building partnership, and of course, working with the community to prepare and enhance their capacity and also reduce their vulnerability to be able to transform from less resilient to more resilient. This is what happened. Like later on, I'm going to share some projects that we are doing here in Queensland. So here, if you look at this one here, we have visioning, assessment, planning, and implementation. And public health is very important in the context of develop the vision. So building healthy, resilient, robust community, for instance. Okay, and then it is also important for us to do the need assessment as well. So public health here at Griffith University, for instance, I believe also in the University of Indonesia and also other university as well. So how we can actually develop logic in our student, and that is very important. Understand the root of the problem, so then we are able to be able to solve the problem based on the main problem, the root of the main cause. And then later on, it is going to inform the planning, and it is going to hopefully it will be then implemented. Okay, so public health and healthcare system. So we can actually hear, and this is not only in the context of pandemic, but also in the context of disaster, as in natural disaster. So we can see here. I'm not going to explain all of them, but I just would like to highlight community preparedness, information sharing, and this is something that is also very important because hoax, misinformation, disinformation always happen in the aftermath of big disaster, right? Here I also would like to highlight the volunteer management is also very important, and because human resources is very important, especially in the aftermath of large disaster, and this is where we also need to be able to organize a community volunteer for us to be able to help the government to deal with the impact of disaster. I'd like to quickly give some example because I understand the time is so limited. This is in Queensland. Queensland is very prone to bushfire, floods, and cyclone. And as you can see here, this is the disaster calendar in Queensland. Okay, so you can see which month, if you want to visit Brisbane, for instance, or Queensland, so you can decide and which month you want to go, right? So especially, of course, you want to go during this area, right? So we have May, June, July. This is very pleasant because there is no disaster. And if you look at this one here, we have preventions, preparedness, response, and recovery. And public health is very important in the context of preparedness. What we are doing here together with Australian Red Cross, and we are able to recruit one PhD student. So we got funding from Queensland government up to 900, almost 1 million Australian dollar for 2 years project. So this is about investigating the needs of vulnerable populations, particularly in the context of cold community. So maybe not so much are familiar with cold community. So cold is culturally and linguistically diverse community or ethnic minority. You can say that, okay? So this is very popular term in acronym in Australia and New Zealand. Of course, cold community are disproportionately impacted by disaster due to a lot of factors, social, economic, system factors, language barriers, cultural barriers, and etc. So our public health roles is to be able to understand their needs. And this is a joint project, as I mentioned. So this has been almost 2 years. So next year, March 2025, we have to finish this project. However, the PhD project is still ongoing. So hopefully we will be able to produce a document, a key document, such as at the moment we have done this in Townsville, which is North Queensland, to help the government to develop a business continuity plan for culturally people from cultural background in that area. Because Australia, a lot of migrant, including myself, so I'm a migrant, but there are also a lot of people coming from refugee background from other countries. So the second project that we are currently doing as well, and this is located at a Dr. GBK area, which is in Fiji. So this is our student who is from Fiji, and she's doing a inclusive disaster risk reductions among people with special healthcare needs in Fiji Island, especially those who are with chronic health illness, for us to be able to understand what are their needs during recovery and also during response, and then what are the gaps and how we can improve the gaps. We are also, because food is also very important, and this is back in Logan and Queensland context. So using digital technology to share and trade local food and improve community food resilience. using mobile applications. So mobile application is used, and this is one of our student who is expert in artificial intelligence and mobile learning. And so he basically developed a mobile apps for community to share local food during disaster, which is very important because sometimes food is quite shortage, especially in some areas such as in Logan, which is very prone to disaster such as flood. Last but not least, I would like to share the project that is just started, maybe about 2-3 months ago, and we have student from Nepal, and he is himself he is a disabled, a person with this disabled as well, and he is a champion in Nepal in terms of disability inclusions, and he has developed mobile apps in Nepal for deaf and hard of hearing community for them to be able to access early warning system. And he would like to, and he just got a disability scholarship from Griffith University for him to do this project in Queensland context to basically to improve the effectiveness of communications from emergency service providers to this deaf or hard of hearing community in Queensland. So I think that's all from me. I look forward for discussion, and this is me a while ago when I was still working with the state emergency management here in Queensland. Thank you so much. I would like to return the microphone back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Febi, for highlighting how public health approach can improve the resilience of community and, in this case, industry in managing natural disasters, and highlighting the role of public health from preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery, and also the need to empower our community instead of telling what to do. I think that was very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we will now move on to the discussion session. And for this session, I'd like to invite our speakers to take the stage. Also, Professor Fatma Lestari, thank you for joining us on behalf of Professor Anna Maria Cruz for the Q&A. We have collected several questions from the audience, and I think this will be an interesting opportunity for us to discuss some of these important topics. The first one that was forwarded to me is from Mr. Yanwar, and this was addressed to Professor Cruz. The question is, with the climate change in Indonesia, we now start experiencing big typhoons, and this had never been experienced in the past. Probably this is similar to snowing effects in some Middle East countries. How do you see these changes triggering or moving government focusing to find ways on risk reduction, for example, national disaster capacity or something similar? Prof. Fatma, could you help us with this question?
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. Yeah, on behalf of Professor Anna Maria Cruz, my best colleague, I would like to answer this question, but I think other speakers like Dr. Jiki or Febi can also add up the answer. So in one of our projects with National Geographic grants, so we providing the community in Kulon Progo, Yogyakarta with the IoT technology. So the community can predict the situation, the climate change, especially the parameters that related to the flood and water scarcity management. So by providing the input from the climate predictions, the community there can manage the water resources during the dry seasons while maintaining and managing the flood and water management during the rainy seasons. So one of example, by using the technology to provide the inputs of the parameters of the climate, as well as also the quality of the water quality. By using the IoT, we providing also the sensors So when the flood, such as for example, the rainy didn't come, so we can first we can predict, and then we can manage the water flow, especially for the surface runoff. So that's one example. So another approach that we plan is to conserve the natural resources, such as by conservation method using the specific and unique species or trees. For example, the beringin trees and also other like bamboo trees can conserve water very much. So we can also help the local community to identify and providing them suggestion what kind of trees that they can plant it for future water conservation. That's one example. So another initiative, we can also providing like a mangrove initiative, such as what we currently proposing to GDPC grant for maintaining the plant and also maintaining the tree conservation, and then the technology, the AI that we can use for prediction, the climate change prediction. I think that's all some of initiatives that we do.
Thank you very much, Prof. And
Yeah,
I'm
no
sure it's
problem.
quite challenging to mitigate risks which we haven't experienced in the past, and it involves a great deal of learning. Thank you so much. You mentioned earlier that you would like to offer the other panelists opportunities to add to your answer as well. So I think I'll just give the opportunity to Prof. GBK and Dr. Febi.
If I may say something, Mas?
Please.
Oh, maybe
Yes,
Prof.
yes, Prof.
GBK
Febi.
first.
No, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I think that is a very good question, and something that climate change. What the only certain is the uncertainty, right? So we have to expect that cannot be expected, or uncertainty is something that is very certain in the future. And therefore, I think if you go back again to the Senda framework for actions, there are 4 key elements. The first one is understanding disaster risks. So we need to really understand what are the risks that has been, what changes, and especially, when we look at, especially in the context of climate change. So of course, we need to understand climate threshold. So this could be temperature threshold, rainfall, sea level rise, drought, or water scarcity. And it is very important for us to monitor and predict threshold. Climate data monitoring is very important, and therefore it's very important for a collaborative governance. That's why that is one of my topic key issue within our PhD thesis back then. So how we can integrate between climate change adaptation and disaster risk reductions. In reality, it is all about political decisions, how we can make two different agencies can work together collaboratively, and that is so difficult. And of course, difficult does not mean impossible, right? So because then we need to then build, coordinated or integrated early warning system. And not to mention as well, nowadays we WFP, World Food Program, has already launch a anticipatory actions, and BNPB has already also trying to apply that. So there was a workshop few months ago, and when I was in Bandung, and I was able to attend that one as well. And basically, anticipatory actions, there are three different important actions. The first one is predetermined threshold, and this has to be agreed by all stakeholders. Pre-agreed actions. So when that threshold has been reached, so what need to be done? And this is the most difficult part, the last one. Pre-agreed finance support. And always finance is always very challenging, right? But these are 3 important elements, and it is now depending on us if we want to really what we call the future-proof disaster management. So we have to be able to work collaboratively with other stakeholders. And I think that's all for me. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much, Pak Febi. And GBK Sensei, you wanted to add something earlier.
Thank you very much. This is my comment to the question, and I am worried if my comment is somehow not so much relevant, but investment must be very important. And I often read many articles on disaster risk reduction, but right now I am thinking if I needed to read more carefully about mutilation issues. I basically I am staying in Japan and I am not familiar with Bahasa Indonesia, so my understanding could be somehow not so accurate. However, the new president launched a program to provide food items to the kids in schools. When I heard about the new policy on such food distribution in schools, I was so surprised because such an intervention sounds like revolutionary. And I think that the government and other stakeholders must have long history to consider the possibility to give food items to kids in schools. However, my question is why such a huge change was possible in the field of nutrition, and why it is not easy for the field of disaster risk reduction and NATEC and other hazardous issues area, that it is always difficult to find opportunity to make huge investments. So my comment is not answer, but I myself am very interested in paying attention to the other discipline and other field. So this is all. That's all from me right now. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for opportunity to give my comments right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. We will not answer this question from you now, but I think it is something we need to keep in mind. And I think the three panelists here, starting from Prof. Fatma describing the strategies and Pak Febi describing the importance of global collaboration and political commitments, which was highlighted further by Professor Jibiki earlier, that it is important to raise this agenda into policy. Thank you so much. We have few questions, so I think we should move on to the next one. We have a question from Mr. Ketus Aji Prasetyo for Jibiki Sensei. The question was, could an earthquake change the map of oil or gas underground? If so, how far does it affect this? And should it be included in risk mitigation plans in the oil or gas company? So, Jibiki Sensei?
Yes. Would you tell me the question again? I would like to try to answer to the question. So would you tell me the question again?
Yeah, the question was whether earthquakes can change the map of oil or gas underground, and how far the effect is, and whether this should be included in risk mitigation plans.
First of all, thank you very much for giving me a question, and your question is very difficult for me to answer quietly. However, when I heard about your question, Sidoarjo case came to my mind. So when we make some investments and when we try to make some facilities, some accidents might be happened. And in Sidoarjo, I think that it's not LPG and oil and gas. However, when some construction was ongoing, suddenly the accident was happened. I think so. So the construction and oil and gas must be very complex. So mm, mm, right now, I think we don't have any good, simple, and specific answers to your question. I try to remember some papers, and I try to remember the lecture that Professor Ana Maria Coates given today. However, it is quite difficult for us to find such a very specific solution. So, to be honest, I am very sorry for that, but it's difficult for me to give adequate answers to you. Uh, I would like to ask support to Professor Fatoma. Do you have any good um, idea or any feedback to the question? And if Professor Hefebi has any good some ideas, would you kindly respond to the question? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Professor JBK. So, Pak Febi and Prof. Fatma, does any of you want to add to this?
Yes, yes, I would like to add to the present explanation. In some references, mention that earthquake can affect underground oil and gas reservoirs and also infrastructures in several ways. So, but it depends on the magnitude, location, and the characteristics of the earthquake, such as, for example, the fracturing of reservoir compaction in a reservoir and changes in pressure, as well as if there is a seismic slip in fault zones. So another effects also on well integrity issues, shearing and buckling, and also induce a fluid movement. While on the surface and subsurface infrastructure, earthquake may damage pipelines, facility damage, and subsea equipment. So earthquake can also triggering or enhancing hydrocarbon migration. This happened during the earthquake and tsunami Aceh 2004. It causing the hydrocarbon tanks movement to more than 300 meters. So another effect of the earthquake also, it may also induce the injection seismicity. I think that's all my opinion. Thank you so much for very interesting question.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Fatma. Quick words from Pak Febi.
That's actually beyond my expertise, so I don't want to take chance to answer that one. So potentially that is worth for PhD's project, or a research project, something that we can look at. So apologies. So
interesting point. Just one quick question from another participant to Pak Febi. He asked whether there is a difference between adaptation and mitigation strategies. Could you help us enlighten this?
Yeah, so that is a very good questions, and this is more conceptual questions, I would say. So something that is very important when you talk about DRR and CCA, these are two different arena, two different field. We have disaster risk reductions, which is primarily led by Disaster Management Agency. We have climate change adaptations, primarily led by climate agency or a Ministry of Environment, etc. So in the context of definition, so there are these two field might have different definitions. So mitigations in the context of disaster, different. Mitigation is in the context of climate change adaptations. It's something different, right? So in the context of adaptations and mitigations, because that is the question. So when in the context of climate change adaptations, mitigations could be part of the adaptations. In the context of disaster risk reductions, adaptations could be part of mitigation. So the answer of this question, it is actually in the context of practicality, in the context of operational definitions. Let's say we're talking about a project, for instance. So this can be, the definition of this can be, we can actually, it is a mixed definitions between mitigations and adaptation. So that is the answer. So we don't have, we don't see any, because sometimes like that is what two key agencies difficult to collaborate, because potentially they use different terminologies, different definitions, and they keep with their own definitions. And sometimes difficulties in communications could also due to these factors as well, because we all use our own language and there is no common language. So I would say the answer of that, so it's in the context of conceptual definition. So there might be, there is a definitions that is quite different. So mitigation, as I mentioned earlier, so it is about the actions to limit the likelihood or the consequences of a disaster. So before that particular disaster happened. Meanwhile, adaptations is more about adapting to the changes, so then we can thrive. So not only resilient but also thrive to that particular impact of climate change or disaster as well.
Thank you so much, Pak Feby.
Hopefully, I answered that questions.
Thank you. I think that was quite clear. I received a signal from my colleagues here that our time is over. So yeah, I think this brings us to the end of our discussion session. Before we close our second panel, I think we will proceed with a virtual certificate presentation ceremony to our excellent speakers today. Can we have the certificates, please? Yeah, so everyone, let's join me in thanking our experts today, Professor Ana Maria Cruz, Professor Fatma Lestari, Professor Yasuhito Jibiki, and Dr. Feby Dwi Rahmadi. Thank you so much to our experts for sharing their time and expertise today. I believe that we have already taken some screenshots during the session, but just in case, I think we can smile before we hand over the session to MC, and someone will take a screenshot of our session today. Is it done? Okay, thank you.
Wow, that was a very great session that actually moderated by Dr. Ben. Thank you so much once again. So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to give appreciate to the moderator by awarding the certificate virtually. So as our token of appreciation to the moderator that already bring the great session, so here is the certificate virtually. So thank you very much once again for a very dynamic session on NATEC Research for Disaster Risk Management by Professor Ana Maria Cruz from Kyoto University. Thank you very much. Industrial and Environmental Disaster Risk Assessment for Hazardous Materials by Dr. Yasuhito Jibiki from Tohoku University. Thank you once again. And Disaster Mitigation for Enhancing Community Resilience through Public Health Approach by Feby Dwi Rahmadi, SKM, MSc, PH, MSc, PhD from Griffith University, Queensland, Australia. Please give big round of applause. Honorable distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying up until now. And we would like to remind again that this seminar wouldn't be possible without the help and support from PT Pertamina Persero, PT Mendo Elang Indah, PT Intergastra Nusantara, PT Jimulya, PT Depriwangga Engineering, PT Astra Tol Nusantara, PT United Tractors Tbk, PT Telekomunikasi Indonesia Internasional, PT Avatara Lintas Media, PT Solusi K3 Indonesia, PT Gama Buana Persada, and of course PT Mitra Nela Lestari. Once again, give big round of applause to our sponsors. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying the seminar so far, because right now, to keep the energy high and the spirits up, we've already prepared an exciting games and door prize session for you. All right, so be ready of this game. So this session is a very great opportunity to have some fun, relax, and of course win some amazing prizes. We've already prepared e-money amount IDR 100,000 rupiah for the 5 winners. So let's get ready to participate enthusiastically and show your competitive spirit. All right, so I saw that a lot of participants that staying up until now. So we'll be playing a quiz game with multiple choices question through Kahoot. All right, so I hope that some of you already familiar with this game called Kahoot. And the game is very simple. To ladies and gentlemen, I will show a question with 4 possible answers. And you will have to pick the right one. All right, so I will show a question for possible answer, and you will have to pick the right one. And the faster you answer, the more points you will earn. All right, so yes, as we can see at the screen, a lot of participants that already registered. I saw a lot of names in here. So please, I'm gonna read some of names. We have Haridi Silmi, Wawa, Agung Gumilar, Indaha, Nesi, Afsar, M. Vito, Saras. So please call all the participants to join, because we're gonna have a very fun games right now, okay? So we still wait until everyone's going register to the Kahoot. Okay, so meanwhile, we're waiting for the registration or the participants will coming. I'm gonna explain about the rules of this game. Number 1, each question will have 4 answer option, label A, B, C, and D. You will have 20 until 30 seconds to answer each question. Once the time runs out, I will reveal the correct answer and will update the leaderboard. And please remember, speed count, so think fast but be careful, okay? So we have to play fast but be careful about your answer. So only the correct answer will get you points, okay? So for each correct answer, you will earn change to win a door prize. So I'm gonna wait from the panitia. We're gonna start, we're gonna count together in 1, 2, 3. So we're still waiting until now. So come join to this game before we will reveal the question. Okay, so please using the game pin display on the screen, yeah? So we have the game pin. The pin is appear on the screen. So just head over to kahoot.it, enter the pin and pick your real name. Don't forget to choose an avatar. Once everyone's ready, and we will begin later. Okay, I will counting. Yeah, I will count from 5. All right, looks like everyone's already here. So we will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get ready. So be fast, okay? Be fast and think about the answer. 3, 2, 1. Okay, procedures for taking Kahoot game. We already have the rules in the screen. Let's go. What is the theme of today's FKM UI International Seminar? Quick, very quick, fast, fast, fast. The question is very easy. Let's go get your prizes. Wow, okay, there is 104 answer. And we're gonna, wow, okay. So we're gonna read the answers. Who answers? The red one is around 36. And the blue, challenge, opportunity, and solution from safety perspective is around 22. And the yellow one, the answer is challenge, opportunity, and solutions from public health perspective is around 97. And the green one is challenge, opportunity, and solutions for environmental perspective is 29. So we're gonna see the correct answer is next. Okay, so the correct answer is the yellow one, and we're seeing the winner is Sri Mulyawati. Okay, next question. To get to know public health UI better, how many study programs are there in the public health doctoral program? So before that, congratulations to Ibu Sri. We're gonna mention again later. 3, 2, 1, close. All right, so the answer is the blue one. Who is the winner? Congratulations for Teddy Irwanto. Next question. What number does M represent in this question? Wow, in this equation. What number does M represent in this equation? 100 answer, 130 answer, 150 answers, 180 answers. All right, we got the winner is, congratulations to Teddy Irwanto again. Okay, next question. Ayo, for the others, faster. Which year did the RMS Titanic sink? Wow, good question. Good question. Okay. 200,000 answers. 220,000 answers. Okay. Congratulations to, wow, Teddy Irwanto again. Congratulations. Okay, yang lain? For the others, we still wait. How many animals are there in this picture? Okay, you have to sing with the details of the picture. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The answer is 13. Woo! Wow. Ada Sri Mulyawati, ada M. Vito, ada Ali, dan ada juga An, ya. So we have 5 names. Okay, question number 7. The letter D in Roman numeral represent which number? Okay. 200 answers, 250 answers. Go up, 3, 2, 1. The answer is 500. Ayo. Congratulations to Teddy Irwanto and follow to Sri Mulyawati, M. Vito, Ali, and Husnul. Yeah, we're gonna sing the name later, okay? Another question, which is heavier, 10 kg of iron and 10 kg of cotton? 10 kg of iron and 10 kg of cotton. 200 people answer, going to 200, 201, 200, okay. So the answer is equal. We're gonna sing the winner or the highest score coming from Teddy Irwanto, followed by M. Vito, Sri Mulyawati, Ali, and Husnul. Question number 9. What is the magnified object? Good question. Okay, what is the magnified object? Guys, please be fast, but have to be right. Okay, 200 answer, 200 and okay. And the answer is butterfly wing. Okay, again, so congratulations Teddy Irwanto. Ayo dong, harus ada yang beat Bapak Teddy Irwanto ya. You have to beat Mr. Teddy Irwanto. Okay, two last question. Number 10. Where was this picture taken? Sorry. Where was this picture taken? Chile, Argentina, Brazil, or Peru? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, 200 people answer, 201. Wow, the answer is Argentina. We're gonna see, wow, there is a, okay, Teddy Irwanto, Sri Mulyawati, M. Vito, An, and Aprida. Okay, one last question. Be ready guys and be fast, okay? Guess the country from these emojis. Wow. Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Pakistan, or Kazakhstan? Guess, guess, guess. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The answer is Pakistan. We're seeing the highest score. Oh, we're gonna sing the podium. All right. So I heard from the teams, there will be 5 winners. Yeah, there will be 5 winners who will get the e-money with 100,000 rupiah. So who is the 2? All right. Okay, so we have 3 winners of Kahoot's game today. So give big round of applause to M. Vito. Congratulations. And the second winners, give big round of applause to Sri Mulyawati. And last but not least, the winner and the fastest all of the 11 question. Congratulations for Teddy Irwanto. So please contact the committee and you will get the e-money with amount 100,000 rupiah. Wow, congratulations. You are the Kahoot champions. So well done to all the players and thanks for participating. I hope you had as much fun as we did, of course. All right, so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, for the best questioner on panel first and second respectively, we have also provided a voucher for training and certification of occupational health and safety expert of BNSP and a voucher for training and certifications of oil and gas occupational health and safety supervisor of BNSP, each worth 2.500.000 and presented by PT Solusi K3 Indonesia. So please give a round of applause and congratulations for Mr. Eko Jumpeno and Mr. Yanwar Kawarga Kusuma. Congratulations once again, and the winner will be contacted by the committee. So, honorable distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to take the documentations. So please, to all participants, turn the camera on. All right, so please turn on the camera and give your prettiest smile in the beautiful afternoon and beautiful Saturday. So we're gonna take documentations together. All right, it's already open. Okay, be ready. Okay, we're gonna take for 3 styles, yeah? Okay, first one, give your big smile and best smile. 3, 2, 1, smile. All right, and then second one, probably freestyle. You have freestyle. 3, 2, 1, freestyle. Okay, one last smile to this beautiful Saturday. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so please give big round of applause to all of us. So please berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah tentunya. Thank you very much once again, and we would like to remind again, thank you for attending the International Seminar on Community and Industrial Resilience in Natural Disaster Mitigation, Challenges, Opportunities, and Solution from Public Health Perspective. We have had productive and inspiring times together, and as this event is about to come to an end, I hope you found the presentation at this conference to be informative and very helpful. Once again, we would like to give a big thanks to PT Pertamina Persero, PT Mendo Elang Indah, PT Intergastra Nusantara, PT Jimulya, PT Depriwangga Engineering, PT Astra Tol Nusantara, PT United Tractors Tbk, PT Telekomunikasi Indonesia Internasional, PT Avatara Lintas Media, PT Solusi K3 Indonesia, PT Gama Buana Persada, and of course PT Mitra Nela Lestari. So ladies and gentlemen, here is a glimpse of our seminar. May all of you have a great day. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.